Perhaps you have held a cup of tea, felt the warmth spreading through your palms, breathed in that particular fragrance that has become so ordinary we hardly notice it anymore. Or maybe you have touched cotton fabric, smooth and cool against your skin, and wondered for just a moment about the thousands of miles it travelled to reach you, the countless hands it passed through before arriving in your closet. These small comforts, these everyday luxuries, were once rare enough that merchants risked everything to obtain them, valuable enough that a single successful voyage could make a fortune, distant enough that acquiring them required patience measured not in weeks but in years. Tonight, we will follow a different kind of journey, not the path of a caravan across deserts, but the ledgers and ships of merchants who built something unprecedented, a company that began by trading pepper and ended by governing millions, that started with careful calculations in London counting houses and finished by reshaping an entire subcontinent. There's no need to concentrate too hard, no need to remember dates or names. Let the story carry you like a ship moving steadily across calm water. Settle in, let your breathing slow, and allow your mind to wander as we explore the patient, persistent economics of connection, the way that commerce, given enough time and enough distance, can transform into something else entirely, something its founders never quite intended but could not help creating. Before the company existed, before the charter was granted and the shares were sold and the first ships departed London for distant shores, there was simply a problem, an economic problem that European merchants had been trying to solve for more than a century. The problem was pepper, though it was also cinnamon and cloves and nutmeg and all the other spices that grew in tropical regions far from Europe, spices that Europeans wanted desperately enough to pay prices that seemed almost absurd, prices that justified voyages lasting years, prices that made men willing to risk everything on the chance of bringing home a cargo that would make them wealthy. Pepper had been reaching Europe for millennia, moving along the ancient trade routes that connected the Mediterranean to India, carried by Arab merchants who controlled the trade, who knew the sources and guarded that knowledge carefully, who sold to Venetian merchants in Alexandria and other ports, who in turn distributed the spices across Europe. The system worked, after a fashion, but it was expensive, layers of intermediaries each adding their markup, each taking their profit, so that by the time pepper reached a market in London or Paris or Amsterdam, the price had multiplied many times over from what it cost in the Malabar ports where it was grown and harvested. A pound of pepper in London in the late 1500s might cost 5 or 6 shillings, perhaps more depending on supply conditions and the quality of the spice. This was expensive, the equivalent of several days' wages for a skilled craftsman, but not unattainably so for a prosperous household. The profit margins attracted merchants certainly, but the risks were equally substantial. The journey from India to Europe was long and dangerous, the sea routes uncertain, the political situations in distant ports unpredictable. A merchant investing in a voyage might wait 2 or 3 years for returns, might lose everything if the ship foundered in a storm, or was captured by pirates, or simply disappeared in the vastness of the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese had changed this system dramatically in the late 1400s and early 1500s. Vasco da Gama's voyage around the Cape of Good Hope in 1497 and 1498 proved that European ships could reach India directly, could bypass the Arab and Venetian intermediaries, could purchase spices at their source and transport them back to Europe by sea. This was revolutionary, not because the route was easy. It remained difficult and dangerous, but because it eliminated layers of middlemen, because it allowed whoever controlled the sea route to capture far more of the value chain, to buy pepper in India for perhaps a tenth of what it sold for in Europe, and keep most of the markup for themselves rather than sharing it with a dozen intermediaries. The Portuguese established what they called the Estado da India, a network of fortified trading posts and naval bases stretching from Mozambique to Malacca, controlling the sea lanes, extracting tolls from merchants who wanted to use Portuguese protected routes, attempting to monopolize the spice trade through naval power. For most of the 1600s, if you wanted Asian spices in Europe and wanted them to arrive by sea rather than through the traditional overland routes, you dealt with the Portuguese or you did not get the spices. This monopoly was never complete. Smuggling existed, the overland routes continued functioning, but the Portuguese controlled enough of the trade to influence prices across Europe, to make Lisbon the primary distribution point for Asian goods entering European markets. The economics of this monopoly were straightforward in principle. The Portuguese crown, through the Casa de India in Lisbon, organised fleets to sail to India each year, purchase spices and other goods, transported them back to Lisbon, and sold them to merchants across Europe. The crown took its profit, paid its costs, funded the fortifications and fleets that maintained control of the routes. The system generated substantial revenue for Portugal, enriched Lisbon's merchant class, made Portugal for a time one of the wealthiest states in Europe despite its small size and limited domestic resources. The wealth came from position, from controlling a crucial node in a long-distance trading network, from being the gateway through which valuable goods flowed from east to west. But monopolies, particularly monopolies maintained by force and distance rather than by any natural advantage, invite competition. The Dutch were first to seriously challenge Portuguese dominance. The Dutch Republic in the late 1500s was emerging as a maritime power, building ships, developing navigation skills, accumulating capital through Baltic trade and other commercial ventures. Dutch merchants looked at the Portuguese spice trade and saw opportunity. The Portuguese were spread thin, maintaining outposts across thousands of miles, fighting wars in multiple theatres, unable to patrol every sea lane or prevent every intrusion into waters they claimed to control. Dutch expeditions began reaching the East Indies in the 1590s, sailing around the Cape, purchasing spices directly from producers in Java and the Moluccas, returning to Amsterdam with cargoes that sold for substantial profits. These early voyages were organised by individual merchant groups, temporary partnerships formed for a single voyage, dissolved after the cargo was sold and profits distributed. This worked but created problems. Competition between Dutch fleets sometimes drove up prices in Asian ports as different groups bid against each other for limited supplies. The temporary nature of the ventures made it difficult to establish permanent infrastructure, permanent relationships with Asian suppliers, permanent fortifications to protect trade. The solution was incorporation, creating a permanent joint stock company that could coordinate Dutch trade with the East, could establish factories and forts, could negotiate with Asian rulers from a position of stable, continuous presence, rather than as temporary visitors. The Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie, the VOC, the Dutch East India Company, received its charter in 1602. The charter granted the company monopoly rights over Dutch trade with Asia, allowed it to make treaties, maintain armed forces, govern territory. In exchange, The company would organise and finance its own operations, would pay dividends to shareholders rather than being directly funded by the Dutch state. The VOC was extraordinarily successful, becoming one of the most profitable enterprises of the 17th century, paying substantial dividends for decades, establishing Dutch control over the Spice Islands, the Moluccas, displacing the Portuguese from many of their positions, creating a Dutch commercial empire that stretched from the Cape of Good Hope to Japan. The VOC's success demonstrated a model, showed what a well-capitalized, permanently organized joint stock company could achieve in Asian trade, showed that long-term investment in infrastructure and relationships could generate returns that exceeded what temporary merchant ventures could capture. English merchants watched these developments with interest and frustration. England was a latecomer to direct Asian trade, had sent some exploratory voyages in the late 1500s, but without establishing continuous presence or regular trade. English merchants wanted access to the pepper and spices that the Portuguese and increasingly the Dutch were importing, wanted to capture some of the profits that flowed through Lisbon and Amsterdam, wanted to reduce England's dependence on foreign suppliers for goods that English consumers increasingly demanded. But organising Asian trade required capital, required ships and crews and supplies for voyages lasting years, required relationships with Asian merchants and rulers, required patience and persistence, and willingness to absorb losses in early voyages while establishing presence and learning how trade worked in distant markets. Individual merchants or small partnerships could organise single voyages, and some did, but this was inefficient, risky, offered no continuity that might build toward more systematic trade. What was needed was something like the VOC, a permanent company with monopoly rights over English trade with the East, with enough capital to sustain losses in early years while establishing operations, with organisational continuity that would allow it to learn from experience, to build factories and relationships that would improve operations over time. The economic logic was clear. The question was whether English merchants could cooperate sufficiently to create such an organisation, whether they could raise adequate capital, whether the Crown would grant the necessary monopoly charter, whether they could compete successfully against the already established Portuguese and Dutch. The spice trade was not just about luxury or profit, though those mattered greatly. Spices served practical purposes in an era before refrigeration. Pepper and other spices helped preserve meat, helped mask flavours when food began to turn, added variety to diets that might otherwise become monotonous, served medicinal purposes, real or imagined. The demand was broad enough that merchants who could supply spices reliably at reasonable prices would find ready markets. The challenge was the supply side, getting the spices from tropical regions where they grew to European cities where they were wanted, managing the logistics of transport across thousands of miles, managing the risks of weather and piracy and political disruption, managing the financial complexity of voyages that might cost tens of thousands of pounds and take years to generate returns. The value-to-weight ratio of spices made them ideal for long-distance trade. A ship could carry tons of pepper, relatively compact, relatively stable if kept dry, worth enormous sums relative to the space it occupied. The same ship that could carry pepper from India could carry other goods as well, textiles perhaps, indigo, other products that Asian markets produced more cheaply or better than European manufacturers could match. The economics of the voyage were not just about a single commodity, but about filling holds with whatever mix of goods would generate the best returns about learning what European markets wanted from Asia and what Asian markets wanted from Europe, about finding the exchanges that benefited both sides enough to justify the costs and risks of connecting them. Pepper grew primarily along the Malabar coast of southwestern India, in Kerala, and surrounding regions where climate and soil supported the pepper vine. The harvest came once per year, the small berries picked when green, dried in the sun until they shriveled and turned black, producing the black pepper that Europeans knew. Local merchants collected pepper from farmers, consolidated it in coastal ports like Calicut and Cochin, sold to whoever offered the best terms, whether Arab merchants following traditional trade patterns, Portuguese merchants backed by fortifications and naval power, or increasingly Dutch and English merchants seeking to establish their own positions in the trade. The price of pepper at source in Indian ports fluctuated based on harvest conditions and on demand from various buyers, but might be roughly 5 to 10% of the final sale price in Europe, sometimes less. A pound of pepper that cost perhaps 3 or 4 pence in Calicut might sell for 5 or 6 shillings in London, a markup of 15 to 20 times. This seems enormous, and it was, but the markup covered real costs and risks. The voyage from India to England took 4 to 6 months under favourable conditions, longer if winds were contrary, or if the ship made stops along the way. The ship itself cost thousands of pounds to build and outfit. Crew wages, provisions for the voyage, insurance or risk absorption, port fees, customs duties, losses from spoilage or theft, all these accumulated into costs that consumed much of the gross margin. A voyage that appeared on paper to promise tenfold returns might in practice return 30 or 40% profit. Good certainly, very good, but not the fantastical margins that the simple comparison of source and destination prices might suggest. And many voyages failed entirely. Ships were lost to storms, to running aground on uncharted shoals, to catching fire, to simply disappearing without explanation in the vastness of the ocean. Crews sickened and died from scurvy, from tropical fevers, from dysentery. Pirates operated in various waters, taking ships that could not defend themselves. Political situations in Asian ports could turn hostile, trapping merchants or confiscating goods. The risks were substantial enough that organising a single voyage was almost a gamble, a calculated risk certainly, informed by knowledge and experience, but still a risk where the possibility of total loss was very real. What was needed was a way to spread these risks across multiple voyages, to absorb losses from failed ventures against profits from successful ones, to create organisational continuity that would learn from failures and improve operations over time. This was the problem facing English merchants at the end of the 1500s as they contemplated entering the Asian trade systematically rather than through occasional individual ventures. They needed capital, more than any individual merchant could comfortably risk. They needed monopoly protection, assurance that other English merchants would not compete with them and drive up prices in Asian markets or undercut them in English markets. They needed government support, naval protection for their ships, diplomatic backing in negotiations with Asian rulers. They needed organisational structure that would outlast any individual merchant's career, that would accumulate knowledge and relationships and infrastructure over decades. They needed, in short, what the Dutch had created in the VOC, adapted to English circumstances and English capabilities. They needed a company, a joint stock enterprise that would pool resources and spread risks, that would persist and learn and grow, that would solve the pepper problem not through a single lucky voyage, but through patient, systematic engagement with Eastern trade over whatever time it took to establish profitable operations. The stage was set, the economic logic was clear, the model existed in Dutch success. What remained was execution, the practical work of creating the organisation, raising the capital, obtaining the charter, sending the ships, and beginning the long, slow process of building what would become, though no one yet imagined it, not just a trading company, but something far larger and stranger, an enterprise that would eventually govern more people than lived in all of England, that would reshape economies and societies thousands of miles from London, that would persist for more than 250 years before finally dissolving, leaving legacies that endure centuries after its last ship returned and its last dividend was paid. The solution, when it came, was neither dramatic nor sudden, but rather the product of careful negotiation and patient organisation, merchants gathering in London through the autumn of 1600, discussing terms, calculating contributions, drafting petitions to the Crown. These were practical men, grocers and mercers and merchants who understood the spice trade from the buying end, who had dealt with Portuguese and Dutch suppliers, who knew what pepper and cloves sold for in English markets, and could calculate backwards to estimate what profits might be available if they could purchase directly in Asian ports. They were not adventurers seeking glory, but businessmen seeking returns on capital, and the organisation they created reflected this sober, calculating approach to what others might have romanticised as exotic trade. On the 31st of December 1600, in the final hours of the year and the final hours of the century by the old calendar reckoning, Queen Elizabeth I granted a royal charter to the Governor and Company of Merchants of London Trading into the East Indies. The charter granted these merchants, 218 of them who had subscribed initial capital, a monopoly on English trade with all countries beyond the Cape of Good Hope and east of the Straits of Magellan, essentially all of Asia and the East Indies. The monopoly would last for 15 years initially, subject to renewal if the trade proved beneficial to the realm. In exchange, the company would organise and finance its own operations, would pay customs duties on goods imported, would not require financial support from the Crown or Parliament, would regulate itself and its members according to its own bylaws within the broad framework of English law. The initial capital subscription totalled £68,373, 10 shillings, raised from the 218 merchants who became the company's first shareholders or proprietors. This was substantial capital for the time, roughly equivalent to what might be needed to build and outfit 30 or 40 merchant ships, or to fund a small war, or to build a grand country estate. The merchants were committing serious money, not pocket change or speculative gambling stakes, but significant portions of their wealth, betting that the returns from Asian trade would justify the risks and the long wait for profits to materialise. The organisational structure they chose was the Joint Stock Company, a form that had been used before in England for various ventures, but which was still evolving, still finding its shape and rules. The basic principle was simple enough. Multiple investors pooled their capital into a common fund. This fund purchased ships, hired crews, bought trade goods to carry to Asia, paid all the costs of the voyage. When the ships returned and the goods were sold, the proceeds would be divided among the investors in proportion to how much each had contributed. This was more efficient than individual merchants organising their own voyages, because it allowed for larger capital pools, because it spread risk across multiple investors so that no single person faced ruin if a voyage failed, because it created an organisational entity that could make decisions and take actions in the collective interest of all the investors. But the company in its early years did not operate with permanent capital in the way that later joint stock companies would. Instead, it used what was called terminable stock, or stock that ended after each voyage or series of voyages. The capital subscribed for the first voyage was separate from capital that might be subscribed for the second voyage. After the first voyage returned and its goods were sold, the accounts would be settled, the profits or losses calculated, the proceeds distributed to that voyage's investors, and the subscription for that voyage would terminate. If investors wanted to participate in the next voyage, they would need to subscribe again, committing new capital that would be accounted for separately. This system was cumbersome, required detailed accounting to keep each voyage's finances separate, made it difficult to plan for long-term investments that would benefit multiple voyages. But it also protected investors, allowed them to see returns relatively quickly, allowed them to decide after each voyage whether to continue investing or withdraw their capital. The company elected Sir Thomas Smythe as its first governor. The chief executive, who would manage operations, work with a court of directors elected by the shareholders, execute the decisions made by the court of proprietors, where all shareholders could vote on major matters. Smythe was an experienced merchant, had connections to other trading companies, understood finance and organisation, brought credibility to the new enterprise. Under his leadership, the company began the practical work of outfitting its first expedition. 4 ships were purchased and prepared for the first voyage, along with a victualling ship that would accompany the fleet partway to carry extra provisions. The ships were not large by later standards, perhaps 300 to 500 tons each, wooden vessels that would be home to their crews for 2 or 3 years, that would need to survive storms in the Atlantic and Indian Ocean, that would need to carry not just crew and provisions, but also cargo space for the trade goods they would purchase in Asia. The costs of preparing these ships were substantial. The ships themselves cost thousands of pounds to purchase, outfitting them with sails, rigging, anchors, boats, navigational instruments, weapons for defence against pirates. All this added more thousands. Provisions for the crew, enough food and water and beer to last for the months at sea between ports, required careful calculation and substantial expense. A crew member might consume a pound of biscuit, a pound of salt beef or pork, a gallon of beer per day, multiplied by hundreds of crew members, multiplied by months at sea. The quantities became enormous and the costs significant. The expedition carried not just provisions but also trade goods, items that might be sold or exchanged in Asian markets. English woolens were thought to have potential markets in cooler regions. Lead and tin, which England produced, might find buyers. Silver, which was universally valued, would be carried as well, though the company hoped to minimise bullion exports and instead exchange English goods for Asian goods. The total cost of outfitting the first expedition came to roughly £68,000, nearly the entire initial capital subscription, a massive commitment that left little margin for error or unexpected expenses. James Lancaster commanded the first expedition, an experienced sailor who had made previous voyages to the East Indies, who knew the routes and some of the conditions, who inspired confidence among the investors. The fleet departed London in February 1601, sailing down the Thames and out into the English Channel, beginning a journey that would not see them return until September 1603, more than 2.5 years later. This waiting, this long suspension between investment and return, was one of the fundamental challenges of the Asian trade. An investor committing capital in 1600 would not know whether that investment had succeeded or failed until 1603, would not see any return until then, would simply have to wait and hope and trust that the ships would return, that the crews would survive, that the trade would prove profitable. The voyage followed the route that Portuguese and Dutch ships had established, south along the African coast, around the Cape of Good Hope, across the Indian Ocean to Sumatra and Java. Lancaster's ships reached Aceh in northern Sumatra in June 1602, more than a year after departing England. There they traded for pepper, purchased what they could, established contact with local merchants and rulers, learned about conditions and opportunities in the region. They continued to Bantam in Java, where they established a factory, a permanent trading post where company servants would remain to manage trade between voyages, to purchase goods when prices were favourable, to negotiate with local authorities, to prepare cargoes for the next ships to arrive from England. The expedition returned to London in September 1603, with holds full of pepper and other spices. The cargo was sold, the accounts were settled, and the returns were calculated. The first voyage had made a profit, not an enormous fortune, but a solid return. The investors received their capital back plus roughly 87% profit, a very good return for 30 months, better than most alternative investments would have yielded. This success validated the enterprise, demonstrated that English merchants could compete in the Asian trade, that the company could organize profitable voyages, that the model worked. The success encouraged further investment, made it easier to raise capital for subsequent voyages, built confidence in the company and its management. The company organized more voyages in quick succession, sending ships nearly every year through the first decade of the 1600s. Each voyage was separately financed, separately accounted for, but there was continuity in management, in knowledge accumulated about Asian markets and conditions, in relationships established with Asian merchants. The company's servants who remained in Bantam and other Asian ports learned languages, learned local customs, learned who could be trusted and who demanded careful scrutiny, learned when different goods were harvested and when prices were most favourable for purchase. This accumulated knowledge was valuable, more valuable perhaps than any single cargo, because it made subsequent voyages more efficient, reduced mistakes, improved the company's ability to compete with the Portuguese and especially the Dutch, who had more ships, more capital, more established positions in the most profitable markets. The Dutch were simultaneously expanding their own operations through the VOC, and the two companies, the English and Dutch East India Companies, found themselves sometimes cooperating and sometimes competing. Both faced the Portuguese as a common rival. Both benefited when they could share intelligence about routes and conditions. Both occasionally protected each other's ships from pirates or hostile local powers. But they also competed for the same goods in the same markets, bid against each other for pepper and spices, sometimes undermined each other in negotiations with Asian rulers. The relationship was complex, shifting based on circumstances, based on personalities of individual commanders and factors, based on changing political situations in Europe, where England and the Dutch Republic sometimes allied and sometimes found their interests diverging. In 1608, the company achieved a significant milestone when it established a factory at Surat on the northwest coast of India. Surat was in Mughal territory, the Mughal Empire being the dominant power in India, controlling most of the subcontinent with an administration and military far more sophisticated than anything the company could match. Establishing trade at Surat meant negotiating with Mughal officials, obtaining permission to trade, agreeing on terms for customs duties and other fees. This was different from trading in Java or Sumatra, where local rulers might have limited power, and where European merchants could sometimes impose terms by force if necessary. The Mughals could not be coerced, could expel the English if they proved troublesome, could simply refuse permission to trade if they saw no benefit in allowing it. The company had to convince Mughal authorities that English trade would be beneficial, that the company would behave properly, that allowing English merchants was worth whatever complications their presence might bring. The early years at Surat were tentative, the company's position uncertain, subject to Mughal whims and to competition from Portuguese who had been trading in India longer and who had fortified positions at Goa and other ports. But Surat offered access to Indian textiles, particularly cotton cloth that would prove far more important to the company than spices ever were. Indian weavers produced cotton fabrics in vast quantities and varieties, muslins so fine they were nearly transparent, calicos with printed patterns, plain cloths suitable for everyday wear, all produced more cheaply than European manufacturers could match. English consumers, once they encountered Indian cottons, developed strong preferences for them, and the company found that textiles could be imported profitably, could find ready markets, could provide trade goods that complemented spices and eventually exceeded them in value. The economics of textile trade were attractive. Cotton cloth had better value-to-weight ratios than many goods, could be packed tightly in ship holds, did not spoil or degrade with time if kept dry, could be purchased relatively cheaply in India and sold for substantial markups in England. The margins were not as extreme as with spices, but the potential volumes were far larger. Spice consumption had natural limits, only so much pepper or cloves a household would use, but textiles could be consumed in vast quantities, for clothing, for household goods, for re-export to other European markets or to English colonies. The textile trade would eventually become the foundation of the company's commercial success, though this took decades to fully develop and was not obvious in the early 1600s when spices still dominated thinking about Asian trade. Through the 1610s and 1620s, the company continued sending voyages, continued establishing factories in various Asian ports, continued learning and adjusting its operations. The financial returns varied considerably by voyage. Some voyages made excellent profits, returning 70 or 80 or even 100% to investors. Other voyages barely broke even or lost money, ships lost to storms, cargoes spoiled, trade opportunities not materializing as expected. The average return across all voyages was respectable, probably in the range of 20 to 30% per voyage, good returns that attracted continued investment, but not the fabulous fortunes that popular imagination associated with the spice trade. The company faced persistent challenges from the Dutch VOC, which was larger, better capitalized, more aggressive in establishing control over the most profitable spice sources in the Moluccas. The English company could not compete directly for control of the Spice Islands, lacked the military force and the capital to challenge Dutch dominance there. Instead, the company gradually shifted focus toward India, toward textiles and indigo and saltpeter, goods that India produced abundantly and where Dutch competition was less intense. This was not a deliberate strategic choice initially, but rather an adaptation to circumstances, a finding of the niche where the company could operate most effectively given its limited resources relative to the VOC. The competition with the Dutch turned violent at times. In 1623, the Dutch VOC executed 10 English company employees at Amboina, in the Moluccas, accusing them of plotting to seize a Dutch fort. The incident, known as the Amboina Massacre, inflamed English public opinion, damaged relations between England and the Dutch Republic, and effectively ended English attempts to establish significant presence in the Spice Islands. The company thereafter focused even more on India and on developing trade routes that avoided direct competition with the Dutch. This channeling of English efforts toward India would prove momentous, though no one in the 1620s could have predicted just how significant the Indian trade would become, or how it would transform the company's character over the following century and a half. The company's organizational structure evolved slowly through these early decades. The terminable stock system became increasingly cumbersome as the number of voyages increased, and as the company's operations became more complex. Maintaining separate accounts for each voyage, determining which costs belong to which voyage, settling accounts and distributing proceeds, all this required substantial administrative effort. Some costs, like maintaining factories in Asia or negotiating with Asian rulers, benefited multiple voyages but had to be allocated somehow across the different stock subscriptions. The system worked but inefficiently, and pressures built toward finding a better organizational form. Shareholders received their returns in various forms. Sometimes they received cash, the proceeds from selling cargoes simply distributed in proportion to investment. Sometimes they received dividends in kind, a proportion of the cargo itself, leaving shareholders to sell the pepper or textiles themselves rather than the company selling and distributing cash. This in-kind distribution saved the company the costs and complexities of organizing large sales, but it meant shareholders needed to have the commercial connections to dispose of the goods, which favored established merchants over passive investors. The system had its logic, but also its limitations, and investors increasingly desired a more standardized approach that would provide cash dividends at predictable intervals, rather than occasional distributions in kind after each voyage returned. Through all these years, the company was learning, accumulating knowledge about Asian markets and political situations, about which goods sold well, where, about how to negotiate with different Asian authorities, about managing the logistics of ships and crews and factories spread across thousands of miles. This learning was not systematic, not written into manuals or taught in schools, but accumulated through experience, through servants who spent years in Asia and returned with knowledge, through letters exchanged between London and the Asian factories, through the trial and error of attempting trades and adjusting based on results. The company as an organization was becoming more capable, more efficient, more able to conduct profitable trade even as competition intensified and as the easiest opportunities were exhausted. The religious and cultural context mattered as well, though in complicated ways. The company's servants in Asia were operating in societies with different religions, different customs, different commercial practices. They needed to adapt, to learn local languages, to understand local expectations about how business should be conducted, to navigate gift-giving customs and status hierarchies that were foreign to English ways. Some adapted well, learned to operate effectively in these cross-cultural contexts, built relationships with Asian merchants and officials based on mutual respect and understanding. Others struggled, clung to English ways, gave offence without meaning to, failed to build the relationships that made trade flow smoothly. The company's success depended partly on having enough servants of the former type, enough men who could bridge cultural gaps, though the company as an institution never fully resolved the tensions between maintaining English identity and adapting to Asian contexts. By the 1630s, 3 decades after its founding, the company had established itself as a permanent feature of English commerce, not yet dominant but stable, profitable enough to attract continued investment, experienced enough to manage Asian trade with reasonable efficiency. The company's ships were regular visitors to Indian ports and to Java and Sumatra. The company's factories in Surat and Bantam and a handful of other locations were staffed with English factors who had lived there for years, who managed local operations, who negotiated purchases and arranged shipments, who represented the company's interests in their regions. The company's warehouses in London held stocks of pepper and textiles and indigo and other Asian goods waiting to be sold in English markets or re-exported to continental Europe. The scale of operations was still modest by what would come later. The company might send 4 or 5 ships per year to Asia, each carrying cargo worth perhaps £10,000 to £20,000. The total capital employed in the trade at any given time might be £200,000 or £300,000, significant but not enormous, comparable to other major trading companies like the Levant Company or the Muscovy Company that traded with other regions. The company employed perhaps a few dozen factors and clerks in Asia, a few dozen more in London managing the warehouses and accounts and correspondence. This was a real enterprise, a going concern, but still small enough that the governor and directors knew most of the key employees personally, small enough that decisions could be made with reasonable speed, small enough that the organisation remained flexible and adaptive. The profits, when they came, were satisfying but not spectacular. An investor who had consistently participated in the company's voyages through the first 3 decades might have earned overall returns of perhaps 25 or 30% per year on average, good returns certainly, better than lending money or investing in land would have yielded, but not the instant fortunes that some had perhaps imagined when the company was founded. The returns came from patient engagement, from continuing to invest voyage after voyage, from reinvesting profits in subsequent voyages, from the slow compounding of moderate returns over years. This patient accumulation, this willingness to tie up capital for long periods in pursuit of steady rather than spectacular returns, characterized the company and its investors, shaped the company's culture and strategies in ways that would persist, even as the scale and scope of operations expanded beyond anything the founding merchants could have imagined. The company's relationship with the English Crown and Parliament was generally smooth during these early decades. The company paid its customs duties, contributed occasional loans to the government when requested, caused no scandals or political complications that might attract unwanted attention. The Monopoly Charter was renewed when its initial 15-year term expired, granted for another period. Confirmation that the government viewed the company as beneficial to English commerce and to royal revenues. This political stability, this assurance that the monopoly would continue and that the company could plan for the long term, was valuable, allowed the company to make investments in factories and relationships that would only pay off over many years, allowed the company to think in terms of decades rather than single voyages. As the 1630s turned into the 1640s, the company stood at a threshold, not yet aware of how significant its Indian presence would become, not yet imagining that the factories in Surat and the relationships with Mughal officials would lead eventually to territorial control over vast regions of India. For now, the company was simply a trading enterprise, doing what trading enterprises did, buying goods where they were cheap and selling them where they were expensive, managing risks and costs, seeking profits, accumulating capital, reinvesting, growing slowly and steadily, building something that would endure not through dramatic breakthroughs but through persistent engagement with the patient economics of long-distance trade. One voyage at a time, one transaction at a time, one careful calculation at a time. The trade that mattered most, as it turned out, was not with the Spice Islands of the East Indies, but with India itself, with the vast, wealthy, sophisticated Mughal Empire that controlled most of the Indian subcontinent. The Mughals had been established since the early 1500s, descendants of Timur and Genghis Khan, ruling from Delhi and Agra over territories that stretched from Afghanistan to Bengal, from the Himalayas to the Deccan Plateau. The Mughal Empire in the early 1600s was arguably the wealthiest and most powerful state in the world, with an administration more sophisticated than anything in Europe, with armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, with tax revenues that dwarfed those of any European kingdom. Trading with the Mughals was not like trading with small kingdoms in Java or Sumatra. The Mughals could not be threatened or coerced. They had to be persuaded, negotiated with, convinced that allowing English merchants to trade in their ports was worth whatever complications or benefits such trade might bring. The company's initial contact with Mughal India came in 1608, when Captain William Hawkins arrived in Surat and travelled inland to the Mughal court at Agra, seeking permission to trade. Hawkins spent several years at court, learned Persian, the administrative language of the Mughal Empire, developed relationships with court officials, presented gifts to the Emperor Jahangir, and attempted to negotiate trading privileges. The effort was only partially successful. Hawkins obtained some limited permissions, but not the comprehensive trading rights the company sought. The Portuguese, who'd been trading in India for over a century, and who had fortified positions at Goa and other ports, worked actively to undermine English efforts, presenting the English as pirates and troublemakers, arguing that the Mughals should expel them rather than grant trading privileges. The breakthrough came with Sir Thomas Roe's embassy to Jahangir's court, beginning in 1615. Roe was not a company employee, but a royal envoy, sent by King James I to negotiate on behalf of English merchants, giving the mission greater diplomatic weight than Hawkins's earlier commercial venture had possessed. Roe spent nearly 4 years at the Mughal court, from 1615 to 1619, a period of patient negotiation, careful gift-giving, relationship building, learning how the Mughal administrative system worked, understanding what the Mughals valued and what they feared, gradually persuading various officials and eventually the emperor himself that English trade would benefit the empire. The economics of gift-giving in this context were complex and significant. Roe arrived with gifts worth thousands of pounds, carefully chosen items intended to impress Mughal officials and demonstrate English wealth and sophistication. The gifts included fine textiles, mechanical curiosities, weapons, glassware, items that were exotic in the Mughal context, that demonstrated English manufacturing capabilities that suggested England was a serious power worth engaging with, rather than a minor irritant to be dismissed. The gifts were not bribes exactly, though they functioned similarly in creating obligation and goodwill. They were part of the diplomatic grammar of the time, expected offerings that established relationships and opened channels for negotiation. Jahangir, the Mughal emperor, was interested in the mechanical gifts particularly, clocks and scientific instruments that demonstrated technologies the Mughals did not possess. He collected such curiosities, displayed them at court, used them to demonstrate his own sophistication and engagement with knowledge from across the world. Rowe understood this and played to it, presenting gifts at strategic moments, using them to maintain access and attention, to keep negotiations moving forward when they threatened to stall, to create opportunities for conversation and persuasion. The value of these gifts was substantial, several £1,000s over the years of the embassy, but the trading privileges they helped secure were worth far more, were the foundation for commerce that would generate enormous profits over the following decades and centuries. The firman, the imperial decree that Rowe eventually obtained in 1618, granted the English company permission to establish factories at Surat and other ports, to trade under Mughal protection, to pay established customs duties without arbitrary additional fees, to have disputes adjudicated according to established procedures rather than subject to the whims of local officials. This was not a treaty between equals. The Mughals did not recognize European states as equals, but it was a grant of privileges that gave the company a legitimate protected position within the Mughal commercial system. The Portuguese protested but could not prevent it. The Mughals saw benefit in having multiple European traders competing in their ports, driving up prices for Indian goods, bringing silver and other imports that Mughal merchants and officials valued. Surat became the company's primary Indian base, a thriving port city at the mouth of the Tapti River in Gujarat, serving as the Mughal Empire's main western port. Surat was wealthy, cosmopolitan, home to merchants from across the Indian Ocean world, Arabs and Persians and Gujaratis and merchants from Southeast Asia and East Africa, all trading in a complex, sophisticated commercial environment. The company's factory in Surat was a compound, a walled area containing warehouses, living quarters for the English factors, offices for conducting business. The English factors, perhaps a dozen or 24 men at most times, lived there for years, learned local languages and customs, managed the company's Indian operations, negotiated purchases of textiles and indigo and other goods, arranged shipments to England, corresponded with London about conditions and opportunities. The goods that mattered most were textiles. Indian weavers and spinners produced cotton cloth in staggering quantities and varieties, from the finest muslins that might cost several pounds per piece to coarse calicoes that sold for pennies, from plain white cloth to elaborately printed and painted fabrics with complex patterns in multiple colours. The technology of Indian textile production was sophisticated, refined over centuries, employing techniques for spinning fine yarn, for weaving complex patterns, for dyeing and printing that European manufacturers could not match. Indian labour costs were far lower than European labour costs, which meant Indian textiles could be produced and sold more cheaply than European products, while still maintaining quality that met or exceeded European standards. The economics of the textile trade were compelling. A piece of Indian cotton cloth, perhaps 20 yards long and roughly a yard, Wide might be purchased in Surat for perhaps 10 to 15 shillings, depending on quality and market conditions. That same piece, transported to London and sold there, might fetch 30 to 50 shillings, sometimes more if fashions favoured particular patterns or qualities. The markup covered the cost of transport, the customs duties paid in India and England, the company's operating expenses and profit. The returns were not as dramatic as spice trade returns could be, but the volumes were far larger. A ship could carry thousands of pieces of cloth, representing cargo value of tens of thousands of pounds, whereas spice cargoes, though valuable per unit weight, were limited by how much pepper or cloves or nutmeg markets could absorb. English consumers, once Indian cottons became widely available in the later 1600s, developed strong preferences for them. Indian cloth was softer than English wool, cooler in warm weather, took dyes well, could be washed more easily. The printed calicos with their elaborate floral and geometric patterns became fashionable, desired by those who could afford them, imitated in cheaper forms for broader markets. The demand grew year by year, decade by decade, and the company's textile imports grew correspondingly, from thousands of pieces per year in the 1620s and 30s to tens of thousands in mid-century and eventually to hundreds of thousands by the early 1700s. The company also traded in indigo, a blue dye extracted from indigo plants grown in various parts of India. Indigo was valuable in European textile industries, superior to the woad that European dyers had traditionally used, producing deeper, more consistent blues. The indigo trade was substantial, though smaller in value than textiles, providing a secondary cargo that filled ships alongside cloth. The company purchased indigo from Indian merchants who collected it from farmers and processors, packed it into chests, shipped it to England where it was sold to dyers and cloth manufacturers. The profit margins on indigo were good, the market was stable, and the trade complemented the textile trade, both goods fitting naturally into the same shipping and distribution networks. Saltpetre was another important Indian export, though for different reasons. Saltpetre, potassium nitrate, was a crucial ingredient in gunpowder. India produced saltpetre abundantly, extracted from soils in Bihar and other regions where natural processes concentrated nitrates. European militaries needed large quantities of saltpetre, and Indian sources could provide it more cheaply and reliably than European sources. The English government had strategic interest in ensuring adequate saltpetre supplies, and the company's ability to import Indian saltpetre was valuable not just commercially but politically, strengthening the company's relationship with the government, providing another reason for the Crown to support the company's monopoly and operations. The mechanics of trade at Surat and other Indian ports involved complex negotiations and relationships with Indian merchants, particularly the Banya merchants who dominated commercial networks in Gujarat and beyond. The Banyas were sophisticated traders, operating on credit, maintaining accounts across multiple transactions and over long periods, connected to textile producers and other suppliers through networks built over generations. The company's factors needed to establish relationships with these merchants, needed to prove themselves trustworthy and reliable, needed to learn how to operate within Indian commercial customs and practices. Credit was essential to making trade work smoothly. The company's factors might advance money to Indian merchants months before goods would be delivered, providing capital that allowed the merchants to contract with weavers and farmers for production. The factors needed to trust that the goods would be delivered as promised, that the quality would be as specified, that the merchants would not simply take the advance and disappear. This trust was built slowly, over years of successful transactions, over demonstrations that both sides honoured their commitments, over the development of relationships that extended beyond individual transactions to become ongoing partnerships. Gift-giving operated at this commercial level as well, though on a smaller scale than the diplomatic gifts Roe had presented to Jahangir. The company's factors would present gifts to important merchants, to local officials whose cooperation was needed, to brokers who facilitated transactions. These gifts might be English cloth, glassware, wine, items that were exotic or valuable in the Indian context. The gifts created obligation, opened doors, maintained relationships, ensured that when difficulties arose, as they inevitably did, there were goodwill and personal connections to fall back on, ways to resolve problems through negotiation rather than confrontation. The company established additional factories beyond Surat, as opportunities and permissions allowed. Madras, on the southeastern coast of India, was established in 1639 when the company obtained land from a local Hindu ruler, built Fort St. George, created a fortified trading post that could serve as a base for trade in that region. Madras provided access to textile production in southern India, to different variety of cloth than Gujarat produced, to markets in Southeast Asia that were more easily reached from the southeast coast than from Surat on the west coast. The establishment of Madras was a significant expansion of the company's infrastructure, required capital investment in fortifications and buildings, required sending factors and soldiers to staff the post, required establishing new relationships with local rulers and merchants. But the returns justified the investment, Madras becoming one of the company's most important Indian bases, eventually growing into a major city around the English fort. Bombay came into company hands through an unusual route. The Portuguese had held Bombay as part of their Indian possessions, a relatively minor port compared to their main base at Goa. In 1661, as part of a diplomatic arrangement between Portugal and England, Bombay was transferred to the English crown as part of the dowry when the Portuguese princess Catherine of Braganza married King Charles II. The king found Bombay expensive to maintain and of limited use to him directly, so in 1668 he transferred it to the East India Company in exchange for a modest annual payment. The company thus acquired a fortified port, actually a group of islands that would eventually be reclaimed and joined into the single island that modern Mumbai occupies, that could serve as headquarters for Western Indian operations. The acquisition of Bombay was significant not just for the port facilities, but because it represented a shift in the company's status. The company now held territory, not just rented warehouse space or trading privileges within someone else's port, but actual sovereign territory granted by the English crown, territory that the company could fortify, govern, tax, use as a base for projecting commercial and eventually military power. This was new, was different from the trading post model that had defined company operations previously. The implications would take decades to fully unfold, but the pattern was established, the company beginning a gradual transformation from pure trading enterprise to territorial power, though this transformation was not planned or intended but rather emerged from the logic of circumstances, from opportunities taken, from problems that seemed to require holding territory to solve. The trade goods moving from England to India were less dramatic and less valuable than the Indian goods moving to England. but they were necessary to the exchange and reveal what Indians wanted from the European connection. English woolens had some market in northern India during winter months, though the market was limited by climate and by competition from Indian wool production. Lead and tin, which England produced, found buyers in India for various uses. Coral, imported from the Mediterranean, was valued in India for jewellery. But the most significant English export to India was silver, and later gold, precious metals that India absorbed in enormous quantities, metals that served as currency, that were hoarded as wealth, that were used in jewellery and in various manufacturing processes. The flow of precious metals from Europe to Asia had been occurring for centuries, was not new with the East India Company, but the company's trade accelerated the flow, channeled millions of pounds worth of silver eastward over the decades. This outflow of specie concerned some English observers who saw it as draining England's wealth, impoverishing the nation to enrich distant lands. But the company and its defenders argued that the trade was beneficial overall, that the goods imported from India were either consumed in England, enriching English consumers and providing employment to merchants and distributors, or re-exported to other European markets at profit, bringing foreign silver into England to replace what had been sent to India. The debate over the East India trade's impact on England's economy persisted for centuries, with arguments on both sides, but the trade continued and grew, suggesting that most participants found it beneficial enough to justify the silver exports. The company's relationship with the Mughal Empire remained fundamentally that of a privileged merchant operating within Mughal territory rather than as an equal sovereign power. The company's factors had to navigate Mughal administration, had to pay customs duties, had to obtain permissions for new factories or for expanding existing ones, had to negotiate with local governors and officials who might be helpful or obstructive, depending on their own interests and on incentives the company could provide. The Mughal system was complex, with multiple layers of authority, with revenue collection often farmed out to local zamindars or other intermediaries, with opportunities for corruption at every level, with customs and practices that were foreign to English ways of doing business. The company adapted, learned to work within these systems, hired local staff who understood Mughal administration and could navigate it, employed interpreters and brokers who could facilitate negotiations and explain expectations on both sides. This adaptation was pragmatic, driven by necessity rather than by any particular respect for Mughal institutions. The company's factors often complained about the Mughal system in their letters to London, described it as arbitrary and corrupt, longed for the clearer legal frameworks and more predictable administration they were familiar with in England. But they worked within the system because that was the price of access to Indian markets, and the profits from those markets were substantial enough to justify the frustrations and complications. The textile trade transformed English fashion and English industry, though these transformations took decades to fully manifest and were not predicted when the trade began. The availability of cheap, high-quality Indian cottons put competitive pressure on English wool and linen producers, who found their markets shrinking as consumers preferred Indian imports. This pressure would eventually lead to protectionist legislation in the early 1700s, attempts to restrict or ban Indian cotton imports to protect English manufacturers, though enforcement was difficult and smuggling remained common. The availability of Indian textiles also stimulated English attempts to imitate Indian products, to develop domestic cotton industries that could compete on quality and price, efforts that would eventually succeed in the Industrial Revolution of the late 1700s, but which were frustrated for decades by the inability to match Indian production techniques and costs. The company's operations in India required a particular type of employee, men willing to spend years in a foreign land in a difficult climate, far from family and familiar surroundings, accepting significant health risks for the opportunity to earn salaries and potentially to engage in private trade that might make them wealthy. Mortality among company servants in India was high. Tropical diseases killed many. Perhaps 30 or 40% of young men sent to India might die within their first few years there, from malaria or dysentery or various fevers that European medicine could not effectively treat. The survivors adapted, their bodies developed some immunity, they learned to manage their health in tropical conditions, to avoid the worst exposures, to recognize symptoms early and rest when illness struck. The company's hierarchy in India was relatively simple in the early period, a clear progression from writer, the entry position, to factor, to junior merchant, to senior merchant, to chief of a factory or council member. Promotion was based on seniority and on demonstrated competence, though patronage and family connections certainly helped. Salaries were modest, perhaps £30 to £50 per year for a writer, more for higher positions but still not generous, relative to the costs of living in India and maintaining the lifestyle expected of English gentlemen. The real income came from private trade, the right to engage in commerce on one's own account alongside one's duties for the company, using company ships and facilities but trading personal cargo for personal profit. This private trade was a constant tension in company operations, a source of both motivation for servants, who saw the potential to enrich themselves, and of conflict between the servants and the company, which saw private trade as diverting effort and resources from company business. The company attempted to regulate private trade, to restrict it to certain goods or routes, to ensure that company business took priority, but enforcement was difficult when the servants were thousands of miles from London, when supervision was limited, when the boundary between company business and private business could be blurred in various ways. The result was that company servants often became wealthy through private trade, sometimes wealthier than they ever would have from their salaries, and they returned to England as nabobs, newly rich men who displayed their wealth in country estates and political influence, whose fortunes came from India, but whose loyalties and interests were not always aligned with the company's long-term welfare. The factories in India developed their own cultures, communities of English men living in isolation from England, maintaining English customs and identities as best they could, but also adapting to Indian conditions, learning local languages, forming relationships with Indian women, sometimes raising mixed-race families, creating a hybrid Anglo-Indian culture that was neither fully English nor fully Indian. The company officially discouraged mixing, wanted its servants to maintain English identity, and to eventually return to England, but practical reality in the factories was often different. Men living in India for decades, building lives there, becoming in some ways more Indian than English, even as they maintained the forms and loyalties of English identity. By the middle of the 1600s, the company's Indian operations were substantial and growing. Textiles were replacing spices as the primary import. The factories at Surat and Madras and eventually Bombay were permanent, well-established installations employing dozens of English factors and hundreds of Indian employees. Warehouses were full of cloth and indigo waiting for ships. Ships were arriving regularly with silver to purchase more goods. The trade was profitable, and the returns to investors were steady if not spectacular. The company had found its footing in India, had established the relationships and infrastructure that would support growing trade, had adapted to Mughal systems sufficiently to operate effectively within them. The patient work of building trust, of learning markets, of establishing presence, was paying off in consistent profits and in growing volumes of trade that enriched the company's shareholders, generated customs revenue for the English crown, and provided English consumers with goods they increasingly viewed not as luxuries, but as necessities, as ordinary parts of daily life, cotton cloth and tea and spices that had once been rare enough to justify journeys of years but were becoming, through the patient accumulation of trade relationships and infrastructure, simply the way that England connected to India, simply the normal operation of commerce across the breadth of the world, connecting Gujarat to London, connecting Mughal weavers to English consumers, one piece of cloth at a time, one transaction at a time, building something larger than anyone intended, something that would eventually transform both societies in ways that the merchants carefully recording their purchases in Surat and the investors collecting their dividends in London could not begin to imagine. The patient accumulation of trade, the steady returns from voyages that followed one another year after year, these created pressures for a different kind of organization, a more permanent structure that could support long-term planning and investment. The terminable stock system, where each voyage or small group of voyages was financed separately and settled individually, had served well enough in the company's early decades when operations were smaller and simpler. But by mid-century the company's activities had grown more complex. The factories in India represented substantial fixed investments that benefited all voyages rather than individual ones. The relationships with Indian merchants and Mughal officials were assets that accumulated value over time, and the accounting complexity of separating each voyage's finances from the others had become burdensome. What was needed was permanent capital, a stock subscription that would not terminate after each voyage, but would remain invested in the company indefinitely, supporting ongoing operations, earning returns through regular dividends rather than through periodic liquidations and redistributions. The transition to permanent joint stock structure happened gradually through the 1640s and 50s, not as a single dramatic reorganization, but as a series of adjustments and experiments, subscriptions that were intended to last for longer periods, accounting methods that treated the company more as an ongoing concern rather than as a series of separate ventures. By the 1650s, the company was effectively operating as a permanent joint stock corporation, though the formal recognition of this structure took time to solidify. Investors who subscribed capital no longer expected that capital to be returned after each voyage. Instead, they held shares in the company, shares that represented ownership of a fraction of the company's total assets and operations, shares that would pay dividends when the company's profits allowed, shares that could be sold to other investors if the shareholder wanted to recover capital or take profits. This shift to permanent capital had profound implications for how the company operated and how investors related to it. With permanent capital, the company could invest in long-term projects that would not generate immediate returns. Building fortifications at Bombay or Madras, establishing new factories in regions where trade was uncertain, maintaining larger inventories of goods in India to take advantage of price fluctuations. All these became possible when the company did not need to show returns on every individual voyage, when it could absorb short-term losses or defer profits in pursuit of long-term strategic advantages. The company could think in terms of decades rather than voyages, could build infrastructure and relationships that would pay off over extended periods, could become more ambitious in its scope and planning. For investors, permanent capital meant their relationship with the company changed from being participants in specific ventures to being owners of a perpetual enterprise. They no longer received distributions after each voyage, but instead collected dividends when the company declared them, distributions of profit that might occur annually or semi-annually, or at whatever interval the directors determined appropriate. The value of their investment was no longer simply the accounting of voyage costs and returns, but rather the market value of their shares, what other investors would pay to purchase the shares, a value that reflected expectations about the company's future profitability and prospects, rather than just its historical performance. This market value, this price at which company shares traded between investors, created something new in English finance, an active secondary market for corporate equity. Shares in the company began to be traded regularly in the coffee houses and exchanges of London, where merchants gathered, prices quoted and negotiations conducted, shares changing hands without the company itself being involved in the transactions. This secondary market provided liquidity to investors, allowed them to exit their investments without waiting for the company to distribute proceeds, allowed new investors to enter by purchasing shares from existing holders rather than waiting for the company to raise new capital. The development of this secondary market was gradual, not suddenly emerging in any particular year, but growing organically as more investors held shares and as the desire to buy and sell them created the mechanisms and venues for doing so. The shares themselves were not physical certificates initially, but rather entries in the company's books, records of who owned how many shares, updated when transfers occurred, maintained by company clerks who served as registrars of ownership. An investor wanting to sell shares would arrange a transaction with a buyer. Both parties would appear at the company's offices or send authorized representatives. The transfer would be recorded, and the buyer would become the registered owner entitled to future dividends. This system was cumbersome, required coordination between buyer and seller, limited the speed with which shares could change hands. Over time, practices developed to streamline transfers, including the use of written assignments that could be executed without both parties appearing simultaneously. The emergence of brokers who specialized in facilitating share transactions, the standardization of forms and procedures that made transfers more routine and predictable. The price of company shares fluctuated based on various factors: news from India about trade conditions, successful or unsuccessful voyages, changes in government policy toward the company, broader economic conditions in England, wars or peace that affected shipping and trade. An investor tracking share prices might see them range from perhaps £70 or £80 per £100 of nominal value when conditions were unfavourable, to £120 or £130 or more when prospects looked bright. These price movements created opportunities for speculation, for investors to buy when prices were low and sell when they rose, for traders to attempt to profit from price volatility rather than from the underlying dividends that shares generated. This speculative activity would become more pronounced in later decades, but even in the mid-1600s, the patterns were emerging. The understanding that company shares were not just investments in trade, but were themselves commodities that could be bought and sold for gain. Dividend policy became a crucial question for the company's directors, balancing the desires of shareholders for regular income against the company's need to retain earnings for reinvestment in operations. In years when trade was profitable and the company's coffers were full, declaring generous dividends pleased shareholders, supported share prices, made it easier to raise additional capital if needed. But paying out too much in dividends left the company without reserves to manage difficulties, to replace ships lost in storms, to take advantage of opportunities that required quick access to funds. The directors had to make judgments about how much to distribute and how much to retain, judgments that were inevitably controversial, some shareholders always arguing for larger dividends while the directors worried about maintaining the company's financial strength. The amounts distributed as dividends varied considerably by year and by circumstances. In a good year, the company might declare a dividend of 10 or 15% of share value, distributing £10 or £15 per £100 of nominal share value. In difficult years, dividends might be much smaller or might not be declared at all. Shareholders receiving nothing and having to hope that future years would be better. The variability created uncertainty for investors who wanted predictable income, but it also reflected the reality that the company's profits were variable, depending on conditions in India, on success of voyages, on prices in English markets for Indian goods, on a multitude of factors that could not be controlled or precisely predicted. The company also began issuing debt, borrowing money from investors who wanted fixed returns rather than the variable and risky returns of equity ownership. The company might issue bonds promising to pay a fixed rate of interest, perhaps 4 or 5 or 6% per year, with the principal to be repaid after a certain number of years. These bonds were attractive to more conservative investors, to those who wanted steady income without the risks of equity ownership, to those who could not afford to lose principal but could accept modest returns. For the company, debt financing provided additional capital that could be used for operations or investments, capital that did not dilute existing shareholders' ownership, capital that carried fixed costs but did not require sharing profits beyond the agreed interest payments. The relationship between the company and the English government deepened through the second half of the 1600s, connections forged through loans and through the customs revenues that the company's imports generated. The government, perpetually short of funds, particularly during the wars of the period, would sometimes approach the company for loans, requesting that the company advance funds to the treasury against future repayment. The company generally complied with these requests, partly out of genuine loyalty and support for the government, partly because maintaining good relations with the Crown and Parliament was essential to preserving the company's monopoly charter and to obtaining government support when needed. These loans were usually repaid eventually, though sometimes the terms were renegotiated, payments delayed, interest rates adjusted, the relationship between debtor government and creditor company, creating mutual dependencies and obligations. The customs duties on imported goods provided substantial revenue to the Crown, revenue that grew as the company's imports grew, particularly the textile imports that expanded dramatically through the later 1600s. The government collected perhaps 10% of the value of imported goods as customs duty, though rates varied by product and changed over time as government policy shifted. When the company was importing textiles worth hundreds of thousands of pounds per year, the customs revenue to the Crown was tens of thousands of pounds annually, a significant contribution to government finances. This revenue gave the government a direct financial interest in the company's success, created an alignment of interests where the government wanted the company's trade to flourish, because that meant more customs revenue, more money to fund government operations and to service the government's own debts. The late 1600s brought a challenge to the company's monopoly when a rival organisation, the New East India Company, received a charter in 1698. The creation of this rival was driven by political manoeuvring, by merchants who were excluded from the existing company or who thought they could profit from competition, by parliamentary factions who saw opportunity to extract better terms from multiple companies competing for favour. The new company raised substantial capital, sent ships to India, attempted to establish its own trading network. The two companies competed, undermined each other, drove up costs, confused Indian merchants and officials who had to deal with two separate English organisations claiming authority, created inefficiencies that benefited neither company. The competition could not be sustained indefinitely without damaging both parties. The companies spent years negotiating a merger, working through complex questions about how to value each company's assets, how to allocate shares in the merged entity, how to resolve conflicting agreements each had made with Indian authorities, how to integrate operations and eliminate redundancies. The merger was finally completed in 1708, creating the United Company of Merchants of England trading to the East Indies, a single organisation that combined the capital and operations of both previous companies, that restored monopoly over English trade with India, that could operate more efficiently without internal English competition complicating its dealings with Asian partners. The merged company was larger, better capitalised, more stable than either predecessor had been individually. The capital stock was substantial, several £1 million, representing the accumulated investments of thousands of shareholders, making it one of the largest joint stock enterprises in England. The scope of operations had expanded beyond the early focus on spice trade to encompass textiles as the dominant import, to include significant exports of silver and goods to India, to involve territorial holdings at Bombay and Madras that were governed as company possessions rather than just as trading posts, to employ thousands of people, English factors and soldiers and sailors, Indian employees in the factories and on ships, a complex organisation that required sophisticated administration and coordination across vast distances. The early 1700s saw the company entangled in the broader financial dramas of the period, particularly the South Sea Bubble of 1720. The South Sea Company was a separate enterprise, organised to trade with Spanish America, but which became primarily a vehicle for financial speculation, its share price rising to absurd heights, driven by enthusiasm and then collapsing dramatically when reality reasserted itself. The East India Company was pulled into this mania, its shares also rising in price as general enthusiasm for joint stock companies infected investors, as people bought company shares not because they carefully analysed the company's trade prospects, but because shares seemed to always be rising, because speculation fed on itself, because the normal disciplines of valuation were temporarily suspended. The company's share price reached heights in 1720 that had no relationship to underlying commercial reality. shares trading at multiples of their nominal value that could only be justified if one believed the company's profits would grow enormously in coming years. When the South Sea Company collapsed in late 1720, East India Company shares fell as well, though not as catastrophically, because the company had genuine profitable operations underlying its value, rather than being primarily a speculative vehicle. Investors who had bought at the peak lost substantial sums, but those who'd held shares through the bubble and its collapse, who had not panicked and sold at the bottom, eventually saw prices recover as the company's actual profitable trade reasserted its value. The experience of the bubble and its aftermath reinforced certain lessons about joint stock investing, about the dangers of speculation, about the importance of underlying business fundamentals, about the volatility that could afflict even legitimate enterprises when they became caught up in broader market manias. The company survived, continued trading, continued paying dividends when profits allowed, demonstrated a resilience that came from having real assets, real operations, real commerce underlying the financial superstructure of shares and dividends and market prices. The financial innovations that the company helped pioneer or adopt included bills of exchange, instruments that allowed for payment across distance and time. A merchant in London who owed money to a merchant in India could write a bill of exchange, a document promising payment, that the Indian merchant could present to the company's agent in India and receive payment there, the company then settling the accounts through its normal financial channels between London and India. This system reduced the need to physically transport silver for every transaction, allowed for multilateral settlements where debts and credits between various parties could be netted out, created efficiencies that facilitated trade. The bills of exchange were negotiable, could be transferred from one party to another, could be used almost like money, creating a private system of commercial credit that supplemented the official currency system. Letters of credit served similar purposes, allowing a merchant to establish creditworthiness in distant markets where he was not personally known. A merchant travelling from London to India could carry a letter of credit from a respected London bank or merchant, a letter promising to honour debts the travelling merchant incurred up to a certain amount. Indian merchants, seeing the letter of credit, would be willing to extend goods on credit, confident that they could present bills for payment, and the letter of credit would ensure those bills were honoured. This system depended on networks of trust, on banks and merchants whose credit was recognised across distances, on legal and commercial frameworks that made these instruments enforceable. The company participated in and helped develop these networks, used these instruments in its own operations, facilitated their use by private traders who operated alongside and sometimes in cooperation with the company's activities. The company's relationship with the Bank of England, established in 1694, became increasingly important through the early 1700s. The bank served as the government's banker, managed the national debt, issued notes that circulated as currency, provided stability to England's financial system. The company held accounts at the bank, used it for settling large transactions, coordinated with it on currency matters, borrowed from it when short-term financing was needed. The bank in turn held company shares as investments, sometimes lent against the security of company shares, had directors who were also involved in company affairs, creating overlapping networks of financial interest and coordination. The two institutions, the East India Company and the Bank of England, were pillars of England's emerging financial capitalism, institutions that demonstrated how joint stock organisation, how permanent capital, how sophisticated financial instruments could support large-scale enterprises and economic development. The company's financial structure by the early to mid-1700s resembled what we would recognise as a modern corporation in many ways, though differences remained. Shareholders owned the company, elected directors who managed operations, received dividends when profits allowed, could sell their shares in an active secondary market. The company borrowed through bond issues, maintained complex accounts tracking assets and liabilities, published financial information for shareholders, though with less frequency and detail than modern standards would require. The company employed thousands, operated in multiple countries, managed supply chains spanning continents, coordinated logistics across months of travel time, made capital allocation decisions about where to invest and what trade routes to pursue. The separation between ownership and control, between the shareholders who owned the company and the directors and factors who managed it, created agency problems that were recognized even then, though not using that modern terminology. Shareholders wanted the company managed for their benefit, wanted profits maximized and dividends generous, wanted their investment to grow in value. Directors and factors had their own interests, wanted comfortable salaries and opportunities for private trade, might pursue strategies that benefited themselves rather than shareholders, might be tempted by corruption or by decisions that looked good in the short term but damaged long-term prospects. The company's governance structures, the court of proprietors where shareholders could vote, the oversight of directors by shareholders, the ability to elect new directors if performance was poor, these mechanisms attempted to align interests, to ensure that those managing the company remained accountable to those who owned it. But the mechanisms were imperfect. Communication between London and India took months. Shareholders could not closely monitor daily operations. Factors in India operated with substantial autonomy born of necessity rather than choice. The distances and delays made tight control impossible. The company functioned despite these agency problems, not because they were solved, but because enough people, enough of the time, found their interests sufficiently aligned that the organization could operate, could make decisions, could conduct trade. The factors in India knew that egregious misconduct would eventually be discovered and punished, that their future prospects depended on maintaining reasonable reputations, that the company, despite its flaws, was their path to wealth and status. The directors in London knew that shareholder dissatisfaction could cost them their positions, that the company's long-term success was necessary for their own continued profits and influence, that destroying the company through mismanagement would destroy their own interests as well. The financial infrastructure that the company represented and helped develop, the permanent joint stock form, the tradable shares, the dividend distributions, the use of debt alongside equity, the integration with banking and credit systems, all of this was being worked out through practice, through trial and error, through responses to specific problems and opportunities. No one was designing a theoretical system of finance capitalism, but the system was emerging nonetheless from the accumulated decisions and innovations of merchants and investors who were solving practical problems, who found that certain arrangements worked better than others, who copied successful practices and abandoned failures, who gradually built up a body of commercial and financial practice that could support large-scale enterprise operating across global distances. By mid-century in the 1700s, the company's financial structure was mature, was stable, had demonstrated its ability to support trade at scales that early founders could not have imagined. The share capital was several £1 million, the company's debts were manageable, the trade with India was generating steady profits in most years, the dividends paid to shareholders provided income to thousands of investors ranging from wealthy merchants who held large blocks of shares to modest individuals who owned just a few shares as part of their savings. The company was embedded in England's financial system, was an institution that could not fail without causing ripples throughout the economy, that employed thousands directly and supported thousands more indirectly through the supply chains and distribution networks that moved Indian goods into English markets and English goods to India. The transformation from the small trading venture of 1600, with its 218 initial subscribers and its £68,000 of capital, to the massive enterprise of the mid-1700s with thousands of shareholders and millions of pounds of capital, had occurred gradually, one adjustment at a time, one innovation at a time, each change responding to circumstances, to problems that needed solving, to opportunities that capital and organization could capture. No one had planned this trajectory, no one had designed the final structure that emerged, but the logic of commerce, the logic of capital-seeking returns, the logic of organization evolving to support growing operations, these had driven the transformation, had created something unprecedented in scale and sophistication, had demonstrated that joint stock organization with permanent capital could support enterprises that spanned the globe, that connected distant markets, that persisted through generations, that became institutions shaping not just commerce, but politics and society, though the political implications were only beginning to emerge, only starting to become visible, and would take decades more to fully manifest in ways that would transform the company from commercial enterprise to something else entirely, to something that its founders, carefully counting their initial subscriptions and sending out their first ships, could never have predicted or imagined. The company's financial sophistication, its permanent capital and tradable shares, its integration into England's financial system, all of this supported trade and provided returns to investors, but the foundations of that trade were shifting beneath the surface in ways that would fundamentally alter what the company was and what it did. Through the first half of the 1800s, the company remained primarily what it has been founded to be, a commercial enterprise trading English goods for Indian goods, operating within political frameworks established by others, the Mughal Empire in India and the English crown at home. But the Mughal Empire, which had provided the stable political context that made trade possible, was weakening, fragmenting, losing its ability to maintain order across the vast territories it claimed to control. And as Mughal authority declined, the company found itself drawn into Indian politics, into military conflicts, into territorial acquisition, not because this was the company's intention, but because the logic of protecting trade, of securing assets, of responding to threats and opportunities, gradually pulled the company from commerce into governance. The Mughal Empire had been declining since the death of Emperor Aurangzeb in 1707. Aurangzeb had ruled for nearly 50 years, had extended Mughal control to its greatest territorial extent, but his long wars in the Deccan had exhausted the empire's resources, had created resentments among the Hindu population through his less tolerant religious policies, had weakened the bonds between the centre and the provinces. After his death, the empire fragmented gradually, not collapsing suddenly, but rather decaying. The emperors in Delhi losing real power even as they maintained ceremonial authority, provincial governors becoming effectively independent rulers, new powers emerging in different regions, Marathas expanding from the Deccan, various Afghan and Persian invasions weakening Mughal military capacity further. This fragmentation created both dangers and opportunities for the company. The danger was that the stable political environment that had allowed trade to flourish, the predictable customs duties and enforceable contracts and protected routes, all of this became uncertain. Provincial governors who had previously been constrained by Mughal authority now felt free to make arbitrary demands on the company, to raise customs duties without warning, to confiscate goods or demand gifts, to provide inadequate protection against bandits and local disorders. The company's trade could be disrupted by local conflicts, by ambitious rulers who saw the wealthy company as a source of revenue to fund their own ambitions, by the general breakdown of order that attended the collapse of imperial authority. The opportunity was that in this fragmented political landscape, the company's military forces, modest though they were, represented significant power that could be deployed to protect company interests, to influence local politics, to take sides in succession disputes or territorial conflicts in exchange for commercial privileges or territorial grants. The company had maintained small military forces for decades, primarily for defending its factories against piracy or local disorders, but these forces became more significant as potential tools for shaping political outcomes in regions where authority was contested and where relatively small armed forces could tip balances. Bengal, the wealthy province in northeastern India, became the focus of the company's transformation from trader to territorial power. Bengal was rich, its fertile plains producing rice and other crops in abundance, its textile manufacturers producing muslins and other fine cloths that were among the company's most valuable imports, its revenue collections generating enormous sums for whoever controlled the provincial government. Bengal's wealth made it attractive to various contenders for power in the fragmenting Mughal system, made it a prize worth fighting for, made it a region where the company's commercial interests were substantial and where threats to those interests could justify increasing involvement in local politics. The crisis came in 1756 when Siraj-ud-Dowlah became Nawab of Bengal, the provincial governor who ruled in theory under Mughal authority, but who in practice was independent. Siraj was young, perhaps in his early 20s, ambitious, suspicious of the company's growing power in his territory, concerned that the fortifications the company was building at Calcutta represented a threat to his authority. The company had been strengthening Fort William at Calcutta in anticipation of war with France, the 7 Years' War being underway in Europe, and the company expecting that French forces in India would attack English positions. Siraj saw these fortifications as provocative, as the company building independent military power within his territory without his permission, as a challenge to his sovereignty. Siraj demanded that the company cease fortifications, demanded explanations for the company's military preparations, felt his authority was being disrespected by company officials who treated him as less important than he believed himself to be. When the company failed to respond to his satisfaction, Siraj moved against Calcutta in June 1756, attacked Fort William with his forces, captured the fort after brief fighting, took company servants prisoner, drove the English from Calcutta. This was a disaster for the company, its most important Bengal factory lost, its servants killed or captured, its goods confiscated, its trade in Bengal threatened with complete destruction. The company's response was military reconquest. Robert Clive, a company servant who had demonstrated military abilities in conflicts with the French in southern India, led forces from Madras to Bengal, retook Calcutta in January 1757, re-established company presence through force of arms. But Clive and other company leaders recognized that simply retaking Calcutta was not sufficient, that Siraj remained a threat, that the company's position in Bengal would remain insecure as long as Siraj ruled and opposed company interests. The solution they pursued was to replace Siraj with a Nawab who would be friendly to company interests, who would guarantee company trade privileges, who would rule Bengal in ways that served company purposes. The conspiracy to depose Siraj involved negotiations with various Bengali nobles and military commanders who were dissatisfied with Siraj's rule or who saw opportunity in aligning with the English. The key figure was Mir Jafar, one of Siraj's senior military commanders, who agreed to betray Siraj in exchange for English support in making Mir Jafar the new Nawab. The economic terms of this conspiracy were explicit and calculated. The company negotiated specific payments that Mir Jafar would make once he became Nawab. Compensation for company losses during Siraj's attack on Calcutta, gifts to company servants who arranged the conspiracy, ongoing privileges that would benefit company trade. These were not casual agreements, but detailed contracts specifying exact sums, specifying who would receive what payments, creating financial obligations that bound the conspirators together. The actual confrontation between Siraj's forces and the company's forces, combined with the forces of the conspirators, occurred at Plassey on June 23, 1757. The battle, if it can be called that, was decided by the conspiracy more than by military action. Mir Jafar commanded much of Siraj's army and had agreed not to fight, to remain neutral or to actively support the English. With large parts of his army refusing to fight, Siraj's position was hopeless. The battle was brief. Siraj's forces were defeated or simply withdrew. Siraj himself fled and was later captured and executed. Mir Jafar became Nawab of Bengal under English protection, and the company became the real power in Bengal, even though Mir Jafar held the formal position of ruler. The financial arrangements that followed Plassey were extraordinary in scale. Mir Jafar was obligated to pay the company approximately £800,000 as compensation for losses, as gifts to company servants, as the price of English support. Individual company servants received enormous sums as their shares of the distribution. Robert Clive personally received £234,000, a fortune that made him one of the wealthiest men in England, that demonstrated the immense profits that could be extracted from Indian political involvement, as opposed to the relatively modest profits from trade alone. Other company servants received smaller but still substantial sums, tens of thousands of pounds each, amounts that would have taken decades to accumulate through salaries and normal private trade, but which came in a single distribution from the conspiracy's success. These payments were not one-time events, but established a pattern where the company extracted revenue from the Nawab in exchange for maintaining him in power, where the company's military force became the foundation of the Nawab's authority and where the Nawab's treasury became a source of company income. This was different from trade, was not about buying textiles or selling English goods, was instead about using political and military power to extract tribute, to tax a conquered territory, to profit from governance rather than from commerce. The transformation was not complete after Plassey. The company still traded, still imported textiles, still maintained its commercial operations, but a new source of revenue had been opened, a source that would eventually dwarf the profits from trade and would fundamentally alter what the company was. The arrangement with Mir Jafar proved unstable and unsatisfactory from the company's perspective. Mir Jafar paid the initial sums promised, but then struggled to meet the ongoing financial demands the company made, the treasury of Bengal being large but not infinite, the costs of the Nawab's own administration consuming much of the revenue, the company's demands straining the fiscal system. The company eventually replaced Mir Jafar with his son-in-law Mir Qasim in 1760, hoping that a new Nawab would be more capable and more compliant, that the flow of funds from Bengal to the company could be maintained or increased. Mir Qasim proved more capable than expected and less compliant than desired. He attempted to reform Bengal's administration, to increase revenue collection, to build military forces that could make him less dependent on English support. He came into conflict with company servants over trade privileges, particularly the company's claim that its servants could trade privately without paying the same customs duties that other merchants paid. This privilege was valuable, gave company servants enormous advantages in competing with Indian merchants, effectively allowed them to undercut any competition by avoiding costs that others had to pay. Mir Qasim saw this as intolerable, as the company's servants enriching themselves at the expense of Bengal's treasury, as a privilege that no sovereign could accept without forfeiting actual authority. The conflict escalated to war in 1763, Mir Qasim allying with the Nawab of Awadh and with the Mughal emperor himself in an attempt to expel the company from Bengal. The war lasted into 1764, ending with company victory at the Battle of Buxar in October 1764, a more substantial military engagement than Plassey had been, demonstrating that the company's sepoy forces, Indian soldiers trained and commanded by English officers, could defeat much larger Indian armies when properly led and supplied. The victory at Buxar left the company as the unchallenged military power in Bengal and gave it leverage to demand formal recognition of that power through administrative arrangements that would make the company's position permanent and legal rather than merely a matter of force. The Treaty of Allahabad in August 1765, negotiated between the company and the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam, represented the crucial transformation. The emperor granted the company the Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa, the right to collect land revenue in these provinces. This was an enormous grant, made these territories effectively company possessions, even though the legal fiction was maintained that the company was merely the emperor's revenue collector, that sovereignty remained with the Mughal throne. The practical reality was that the company now governed Bengal, administered its territories, collected its taxes, controlled its military and political affairs, had become not a trading company, but a territorial power ruling millions of people. The revenue from Bengal was substantial. Estimates suggest perhaps £2.5 to £3 million per year, once collection systems were functioning properly. This was far more than the company had ever earned from trade, was more than the company's total capital stock, was an amount that could fund the company's entire operations and still leave surplus for dividends or for further expansion. The company had discovered that governing territory was more profitable than trading, that tax collection generated more reliable and larger revenue streams than buying and selling goods, that political power could be converted into enormous wealth with an efficiency that commerce alone could never match. But the grant of Diwani also brought responsibilities and costs that the company had not previously borne. Governing Bengal meant administering justice, maintaining order, managing famines and disasters, dealing with the complex social and political systems of Indian society, making decisions that affected millions of people's lives. The company had no experience with governance at this scale, had been organised for commerce, not for administration, had servants who understood trade but not statecraft, had financial systems designed for tracking cargo and profits, not for collecting land revenue and funding government operations. The company had to learn, had to adapt, had to create administrative structures almost from nothing, had to make mistakes and suffer consequences and adjust, all while trying to extract enough revenue to justify the venture to shareholders and to fund the company's other operations. The Bengal famine of 1770 demonstrated the gap between the company's commercial mindset and the responsibilities of governance. The famine killed perhaps 10 million people, roughly a third of Bengal's population, caused by harvest failures compounded by the company's revenue demands, by the disruption of traditional relief systems, by the company's focus on maintaining revenue collection even as conditions deteriorated. The company's servants were traders, not administrators, understood profit and loss, but not the complex relationships between revenue demands and agricultural productivity, did not recognize or did not care that pushing too hard for revenue could destroy the systems that generated that revenue. The famine was a tragedy, was criticised in England when news reached London, raised questions about whether a commercial company should be governing territories, whether the profit motive was compatible with responsible governance. But the revenue continued to flow, and the company continued to govern, because no alternative seemed feasible, and because the profits were too substantial to abandon. The company's share price rose dramatically after the grant of Diwani. Investors recognizing that the company's prospects had been transformed, that territorial revenue would generate returns far exceeding what trade alone had provided. Dividends increased, the company declaring distributions of 10 or 12 or even 12.5% in some years, rates that seemed almost absurdly generous, that made company shares among the most desirable investments in England, that enriched thousands of shareholders who had no direct involvement in India, but who profited from the company's extraction of Bengali revenue. The agency problems that had always existed in the company's operations became more severe with territorial acquisition. Company servants in India now had opportunities for personal enrichment that went far beyond private trade. They could take bribes from Indian officials seeking appointments or favours, could manipulate revenue collection to skim funds, could demand gifts from anyone who needed company permission or protection for anything, could essentially operate as princes ruling territories where their word was law and where oversight from London was minimal and delayed by months. Many did exactly this, returned to England with fortunes of tens or hundreds of thousands of pounds, became the nabobs who were simultaneously envied for their wealth and resented for how they had acquired it, who bought country estates and parliamentary seats and respectability, whose Indian fortunes shaped English society and politics. Robert Clive became the archetype of the nabob, his immense fortune from Plassey and subsequent Bengal dealings making him controversial, subject to parliamentary investigation, accused of plundering India for personal gain. Clive defended himself by arguing that he had acted in the company's interest, that the payments he received were legitimate rewards for his services, that he had shown restraint in not taking even more when he could have, that the riches of Bengal were so vast that what he took was almost negligible in comparison. The defence was not entirely convincing, but neither was Clive formally punished. The ambiguity of his position, simultaneously company servant and quasi-independent political actor, making it unclear what rules should apply to his conduct. The transformation from trade to territory created contradictions that the company could not easily resolve. As a commercial enterprise, the company was supposed to maximize profits for shareholders, to pursue trade opportunities wherever they were most profitable, to make decisions based on economic calculation. As a territorial power, the company was supposed to govern responsibly, to consider the welfare of the people under its authority, to administer justice and maintain order and provide the public goods that government should provide. These purposes were not always compatible. Profit maximization and responsible governance often requiring different decisions, creating tensions that the company's structure and culture were not designed to manage. The company attempted to reform its Indian administration multiple times in the 1770s and 1780s, trying to reduce corruption, to create systematic revenue collection, to establish courts and legal systems, to regulate the conduct of its servants. These reforms had mixed success. Some improvements were achieved, some of the worst abuses were curtailed, but fundamental problems remained. The company was still ultimately accountable to shareholders who wanted profits and dividends, still operated in a context where personal enrichment by servants was expected and difficult to prevent, still lacked the administrative capacity and expertise to govern effectively territories of Bengal's size and complexity. The scale of the transformation can be measured in the company's finances. In 1765, before the grant of Diwani, the company's annual revenues from trade might have been £400,000 or £500,000 in a good year, with net profits perhaps £50,000 to £100,000. By the early 1770s, the company's total revenues, including Bengal land revenue, were approaching £4 million per year, and even after deducting the costs of governance and military operations in India, the profits available for dividends were several £100,000 annually, many times what trade alone had ever generated. The company had become, financially, primarily a collector of Indian revenue that happened to also conduct trade, rather than primarily a trader that happened to collect some revenue. This success created its own problems, particularly in the company's relationship with the English government. Parliament and the Crown looked at the vast revenues flowing from Bengal and saw an opportunity, saw wealth that could be taxed or appropriated, or at least regulated, saw a company that had become so powerful and so wealthy that it posed questions about sovereignty and control. If the company governed territories and collected taxes and maintained armies, was it still merely a private commercial enterprise subject to its charter and to normal commercial regulation? Or had it become something else? A quasi-sovereign power that needed to be controlled by the state, that could not be allowed to operate independently when its actions affected millions of people and shaped relations between Britain and a large part of Asia? These questions would drive increasing government intervention in the company's affairs over the following decades. But even in the 1760s and 70s, the pattern was clear. The company had transformed itself, had moved from commerce to conquest, from trade to tribute, from merchant to monarch, and this transformation, which had seemed like an opportunity, like a path to vastly increase profits, was also creating complications and constraints that would eventually prove as significant as the revenues, that would draw the government into company affairs, that would change both the company and the British state, that would set patterns for empire that would persist for centuries, all flowing from the decisions made in Bengal in the 1750s and 60s, from the conspiracy at Plassey, from the grant of Diwani, from the company's discovery that political power could be more profitable than trade, a discovery that was made gradually, almost accidentally, not as part of any grand strategy, but simply as a response to circumstances, to opportunities taken, to threats responded to, one decision at a time, compounding into transformation that no one had quite intended, but that, once begun, developed its own logic, its own momentum, its own seemingly inevitable trajectory toward ever greater involvement in Indian politics, ever greater territorial control, ever greater distance from the trading company that merchants had founded in 1600 to solve the pepper problem and to capture some of the profits from Asian commerce. The company's transformation into a territorial power in Bengal, its discovery that governing could be more profitable than trading, these developments occurred alongside and increasingly became entangled with another commerce, another commodity that was becoming central to the company's finances and to British life more broadly. This was tea, a drink that had been virtually unknown in England in 1600, but which by the mid-1700s had become so embedded in daily life, so essential to British identity and British routines, that the company's monopoly on tea imports represented not just commercial advantage, but control over something that felt almost like a necessity, like a fundamental part of what it meant to be English. Tea had arrived in England in small quantities in the 1650s and 60s, an exotic curiosity from China, expensive, consumed by only the very wealthy who could afford such luxuries. The drink itself required preparation, the leaves steeped in hot water, producing a mildly stimulating beverage that was unlike anything in the English diet. The initial market was tiny, measured in pounds of tea per year rather than tons, but the market grew steadily through the late 1600s and accelerated dramatically in the 1700s as prices fell somewhat, as the drink became fashionable among those who wanted to demonstrate sophistication and cosmopolitan taste, as tea gardens and tea drinking became social rituals that marked status and refinement. The company held monopoly on legitimate tea imports into England. No other English merchant could legally import tea, which meant the company controlled supply and could maintain prices at levels that generated substantial profits. The monopoly was valuable, was one of the key privileges that made the company's charter worth preserving, that gave the company leverage in its dealings with government. But the monopoly also created responsibilities. The company needed to ensure adequate tea supplies, to meet growing demand, needed to manage the China trade where tea originated, needed to maintain relationships with Chinese merchants and officials who controlled access to tea-producing regions. China in the 17 and 1800s was not like India, was not fragmented or weakening, was instead a powerful, unified empire under the Qing dynasty. an empire that saw itself as the center of civilization, that viewed foreign trade as tribute rather than as commerce between equals, that restricted foreign merchants to specific ports and controlled how they could operate. The primary port for European trade with China was Canton, modern Guangzhou, where foreign merchants were confined to a small area outside the city walls, where they could only trade during the trading season from roughly September to March, where they had to conduct all business through a monopoly guild of Chinese merchants called the Cohong. The Canton system, as this arrangement was known, was designed to control and limit foreign trade, to ensure that foreign merchants could not penetrate into China proper, could not establish the kind of territorial presence that the company has developed in India. Foreign merchants lived in factories in Canton during the trading season, warehouses and living quarters where they conducted business, but they could not bring their families, could not remain year-round, could not travel freely beyond the small approved area. They negotiated purchases of tea and silk and porcelain through the Cohong merchants, who in turn purchased from producers in the interior a system of intermediaries that the Chinese government maintained to buffer foreign contact and to extract fees and control over the trade. The economics of tea trade were shaped by this Canton system and by the particular qualities of tea as a commodity. Tea was valuable relative to its weight and volume, though not as valuable as spices or precious stones. A pound of tea might cost a few shillings in Canton and sell for considerably more in London after transport costs and duties and company markup. The tea had to be carefully packed to protect it during the long voyage, usually in lead-lined chests that kept out moisture, because damp could ruin the tea's flavour. A ship's hold could carry thousands of chests of tea, representing cargo value of tens or even hundreds of thousands of pounds, making tea ships valuable prizes for pirates or enemy nations during wartime. The company's tea imports grew enormously through the 1700s. In the early decades of the century, the company might import a few £100,000 of tea per year. By mid-century, imports had grown to several £1 million annually. By the 1780s and 90s, the company was importing more than £15 million of tea per year, supplying a British market that had grown to consume tea at nearly every social level, from the wealthy drinking expensive tea and fine porcelain, to working people drinking cheaper tea with meals or during breaks in their labour. This growth in consumption created a persistent economic problem for the company and for Britain more broadly, the problem of trade imbalance with China. The Chinese wanted very little that Britain produced. Chinese consumers had limited interest in English woolens, which were unsuitable for China's climate. English manufacturers generally could not compete with Chinese products in Chinese markets. What the Chinese did want was silver, precious metal that could be coined, that could serve as currency, that was universally valuable. So the company's trade with China consisted primarily of the company shipping silver to Canton, using that silver to purchase tea and silk and porcelain, and shipping those goods back to England to sell. This outflow of silver troubled English economic thinkers and government officials, troubled them as the flow of silver to India had troubled earlier generations. The mercantilist thinking of the period held that a nation's wealth consisted of its stock of precious metals, that exporting silver impoverished the nation, that trade should always aim to bring more metal in than went out. The company's China trade did the opposite, drained silver eastward year after year, decade after decade, millions of pounds worth of silver flowing to China to pay for British tea drinking. The company and its defenders argued that this silver drain was necessary and ultimately beneficial, that the tea imported from China was consumed domestically or re-exported to other European markets at profit, that the re-export trade brought foreign silver into Britain, that the overall balance of trade across all the company's operations was favourable even if the China trade in isolation showed a deficit. These arguments were not entirely convincing to critics, but the tea trade continued and grew because demand was there, because British consumers wanted tea and would pay prices that made the trade profitable for the company, even after accounting for the silver exports required to sustain it. The British government had its own interest in the tea trade, an interest that went beyond general concerns about trade balances. The government collected substantial customs duties on imported tea, duties that were set as a percentage of the tea's value, typically around 15 to 30% depending on the period and on the specific type of tea. With the company importing millions of pounds of tea worth collectively hundreds of thousands of pounds, the government's tea duties represented significant revenue, money that helped fund government operations, that reduced the government's dependence on other tax sources, that created a direct financial link between British tea drinking and government finances. This government revenue dependence on tea created alignment between the company's interests and the government's interests in maintaining robust tea trade. The company wanted to import and sell as much tea as possible because that generated profits and supported share prices and dividends. The government wanted tea imports to remain high because that generated customs revenue. Both parties therefore had incentives to ensure that tea remained available and affordable enough to sustain mass consumption, but not so cheap that the company's profits or the government's duty revenue would decline. The balance required careful management of supply, of pricing, of the duty rates themselves. The duty rates were a particular point of tension and negotiation. High duties generated more revenue per pound of tea, but also increased the final price to consumers, which could reduce consumption or, more problematically, could encourage smuggling. Smuggling of tea into England from continental Europe, where duties were lower or non-existent, became a massive problem by the mid-1700s, estimates suggesting that smuggled tea might account for half or more of total British tea consumption in some periods. This smuggling deprived both the company of sales and the government of duty revenue, undercut the legal trade, created networks of criminality and corruption that extended from continental ports to inland English distribution networks. The economics of smuggling were straightforward. A smuggler who could bring tea into England without paying duty could undersell the company's legitimate tea by substantial margins while still making healthy profits. A pound of tea that might cost 6 shillings legally, including duty, might be sold by smugglers for 4 shillings, attractive to consumers who saved money, profitable to smugglers who had purchased the tea for perhaps 2 shillings on the continent. The risks of smuggling included seizure of cargoes by customs officers, fines or imprisonment if caught, but the profits were large enough that many deemed the risks acceptable, and the sheer scale of smuggling made comprehensive enforcement impossible. The company and the government tried various strategies to combat smuggling. Customs patrols were increased, penalties were made harsher, efforts were made to seal the coasts and intercept smuggled cargoes before they could be distributed inland. These measures had some effect, but could not eliminate smuggling as long as the duty differential made it profitable. The fundamental solution required changing the economic incentives, reducing duties to the point where smuggling became less attractive, where the price difference between legal and smuggled tea was small enough that consumers would prefer the convenience and certainty of legal purchases. This solution was implemented in the Commutation Act of 1784, one of the most significant policy changes affecting the company in the later 1700s. The Act dramatically reduced the duty on tea from over 100% of the tea's value to 12.5%, a reduction so large that it made smuggling far less profitable, essentially eliminating the price advantage that smuggled tea had enjoyed. To compensate the government for the lost duty revenue, the Act increased the window tax, a tax on houses based on the number of windows they had, a tax that fell on property owners rather than on consumers directly. The immediate effect of the Commutation Act was a dramatic increase in legal tea imports. The company's tea sales nearly doubled within a year or two, as consumers who had been buying smuggled tea switched to legal channels now that prices were similar. The government's duty revenue from tea actually increased despite the lower rate, because the volume of legal trade increased more than enough to offset the rate reduction. The company's profits from tea trade increased substantially, validating the policy and demonstrating that lower duties could actually benefit all parties by expanding the legal market and reducing the losses to smuggling. The social transformation that tea enabled was remarkable, tea becoming part of daily routine for millions of people, tea breaks becoming standard in work schedules, tea service becoming an essential part of domestic life, the implements of tea drinking, teapots and cups and saucers, becoming consumer goods produced in vast quantities by British potters and manufacturers. Tea was not just a drink, but a social practice, a marker of civilization and respectability, a way that even working people could participate in a genteel custom that had started among the wealthy, a democratization of luxury that earlier generations would have found surprising. The company's financial dependence on tea grew correspondingly. By the 1780s, tea accounted for perhaps 60 to 70% of the company's total imports by value, far exceeding textiles or any other commodity. The profits from tea trade were substantial, the margins good, the volumes enormous. A single ship returning from Canton might carry tea worth £50,000 or more, and the company sent multiple ships per year, the cumulative value of tea cargoes running into millions of pounds annually. These enormous values made the China trade crucial to the company's financial performance, made maintaining access to Chinese tea essential, made any disruption to the Canton trade a serious threat to the company's profitability. The company's stock of tea in its London warehouses became a significant asset. Thousands of chests holding millions of pounds of tea waiting to be sold through the company's regular auctions. The company held quarterly auctions where tea merchants and dealers would bid for lots of tea, the company maintaining minimum prices to prevent tea from selling too cheaply, managing supply to keep prices at levels that maximised revenue. These auctions were major commercial events, attended by tea dealers from across England, the prices established there rippling through the retail trade, determining what consumers would pay in tea shops and markets across the country. The company's management of tea supply required balancing multiple objectives. Importing too much tea would glut the market, drive down prices, reduce profits per pound sold even if total volume increased. Importing too little would create shortages, allowing competitors or smugglers to fill the gap. potentially losing market share that might not be easily recovered. The company needed to predict demand months or even years in advance, since ordering tea from China and receiving it in London involved 18 months or more of lag time between decision and delivery. The company's directors studied consumption trends, tracked inventory levels, adjusted orders to Chinese merchants, attempted to maintain that delicate balance where supply met demand at prices that maximized profit. The relationship between tea and British imperial expansion had ironic dimensions. Tea was a Chinese product. China was not under British control, yet tea had become so embedded in British life that ensuring tea supplies became a matter of national concern, influenced British policy toward China, would eventually contribute to British military action against China to force more favourable trade terms. The company's dependence on Chinese tea meant British consumers were dependent on Chinese producers and Chinese government policies, a dependence that sat uncomfortably with British self-image and with mercantilist ideas about national self-sufficiency and control. The company's financial structure in the late 1700s rested on three primary pillars, three sources of revenue that together supported the enormous enterprise. The first was Indian land revenue, the taxes collected in Bengal and other territories the company controlled, revenue that was the largest single source of income. The second was trade with India, primarily textiles, but also indigo and saltpeter and other goods, trade that remained profitable though its relative importance had declined with the growth of territorial revenues. The third was tea from China, the commodity that dominated the company's commercial operations, that provided the profits that supported dividends and share prices, that connected the company to millions of British consumers through their daily tea drinking. These three pillars were interconnected in complex ways. Indian land revenue helped finance the silver exports to China that purchased tea, the company using Bengali tax collection to fund its China trade, converting Indian wealth into Chinese commodities for British consumption. The trade between Britain and India, the exports of British manufactures to India, and the imports of Indian goods to Britain created shipping networks and commercial relationships that also served the China trade. Ships that carried British goods to India might continue to China for tea before returning to England. The entire system formed an integrated network of trade and finance and revenue extraction that spanned 3 continents, that connected millions of people as producers or consumers or administrators, that generated enormous profits for the company and substantial revenue for the British government. The company's near total control over tea imports into Britain represented one of history's great commercial monopolies, a single corporation controlling access to a commodity that had become essential to daily life for millions of people. The monopoly was maintained through the company's charter, through government regulation that prohibited other merchants from engaging in China trade, through the company's established relationships with Chinese merchants, and its infrastructure for managing the Canton trade. The monopoly was valuable. Estimates of its worth varied but might be in the millions of pounds, the capitalized value of the excess profits that monopoly status provided compared to what competitive markets would yield. But monopolies, particularly monopolies over goods that were widely consumed, attracted criticism and resistance. Critics argued that the company's monopoly raised tea prices above what they would be in a competitive market, that British consumers were paying excess costs to enrich company shareholders, that the monopoly was a tax on the poor who spent proportionally more of their income on tea than the wealthy did. The company defended its monopoly by arguing that managing the China trade required capital and expertise that only a large established organization could provide. That competition would lead to chaos in Canton and would likely result in the Chinese restricting or ending trade altogether, that the monopoly ensured stable supply and reasonable prices even if prices were not as low as critics desired. The debate over the company's monopoly would continue for decades, would eventually result in the monopoly being ended, but through the late 1700s and into the early 1800s, the monopoly persisted. The company continued to dominate tea imports. British consumers continued to drink tea in ever-increasing quantities. The government continued to collect substantial duty revenue from tea, and the entire system, for all its imperfections and criticisms, functioned adequately to serve the various interests involved, adequate in the way that many historical arrangements are adequate, not perfect, not free of problems or critics, but persistent, adaptive, able to absorb challenges and continue operating, generating profits and revenue and employment, and all the secondary effects that such a large commercial enterprise creates, connecting Chinese tea gardens to British breakfast tables, connecting Canton merchants to London shareholders, connecting government revenue to consumer habits, all mediated through the company, through its ships and warehouses and auctions, through its factors in Canton negotiating purchases, and its clerks in London recording transactions, through the accumulated infrastructure of commerce that had grown over nearly 2 centuries, that had started with pepper and spices but had found in tea something more significant, more embedded in daily life, more essential to funding both the company and the government, a commodity that in its quiet way, in its routine daily consumption, was as important to the British Empire and to the company's finances as all the more dramatic events of military conquest and territorial expansion, as all the intrigue and conflict in India, important in the steady, patient, accumulating way that everyday commerce is always more important than occasional drama, important in generating the revenue that made everything else possible, one cup at a time, one chest at a time, one ship at a time, crossing oceans, connecting worlds, making the company and the British state dependent on Chinese cooperation for something as simple and profound as the morning cup of tea. The company's transformation from trading enterprise to territorial power, its dependence on tea monopoly for commercial profits, its extraction of revenue from Bengal and other Indian territories, all of this created a situation that could not remain purely private and commercial. A corporation that governed millions of people, that collected taxes, that maintained armies, that shaped British relations with Asian powers, that controlled access to commodities essential to British daily life. This was not simply a merchant company managing its own affairs. This was something that touched questions of sovereignty and public interest, something that Parliament and the Crown increasingly believed required oversight, regulation, control. The company's autonomy, its ability to make decisions about Indian governance and Asian trade without reference to government direction, became unsustainable as the stakes grew larger and as the consequences of company decisions affected national interest too directly to be left to private judgment. The initial pressures for government intervention came in the 1760s and 70s as news of what was happening in Bengal reached London, as reports of company servants enriching themselves arrived, as the famine of 1770 raised questions about company governance, as the company's financial difficulties, despite Bengal's vast revenues, suggested something was deeply wrong with how the company managed its affairs. The company had accumulated debt, had paid dividends larger than its profits truly justified, had borrowed to cover the gap, had created a financial situation where the company was simultaneously controlling enormous revenues and struggling to meet its obligations. This paradox demanded explanation, demanded investigation, demanded that government intervene to understand what was happening and to impose structures that would prevent disaster. The Regulating Act of 1773 was Parliament's first major intervention in company governance. The Act did not strip the company of its territorial possessions or its trading monopoly, but it imposed significant government oversight and restructured the company's Indian administration. The most important provision was the creation of the office of Governor-General of Bengal, a position that would hold authority over all company territories in India, that would coordinate policy across the previously semi-independent company presidencies at Bengal, Madras and Bombay, that would be appointed for a 5-year term and could not be removed except for specific cause. Warren Hastings, who'd been Governor of Bengal, became the first Governor-General under the Act, taking office with enhanced authority, but also with new constraints and oversight. The Act also created a Supreme Court in Calcutta, a court with British judges applying British law, intended to provide legal oversight of company servants, to hear complaints from Indians about company abuses, to establish rule of law in company territories. The court's jurisdiction was ambiguous, its relationship to existing Indian legal systems unclear, and it would cause as many problems as it solved. But the intent was to impose legal accountability, where previously there had been mainly discretion and arbitrary power. The Act required the Governor-General to consult with a council of 4 other senior company officials before making major decisions, creating a collective decision-making structure that was meant to prevent any individual from wielding unchecked power. The Act also regulated the company's Court of Directors in London, requiring that directors serve longer terms, limiting how frequently they could be voted out by shareholders, attempting to create more stable leadership that could focus on long-term interests rather than being buffeted by short-term shareholder demands. The Act required the company to submit copies of all correspondence from India to the government, ensuring that ministers would know what was happening in company territories, that they could not claim ignorance if problems developed, that oversight was based on actual information rather than on reports filtered through company management. Warren Hastings' tenure as Governor-General from 1773 to 1785 illustrated the difficulties of governing India even with new structures and oversight. Hastings was capable and experienced, had spent decades in India, understood the complexities of Indian politics and society better than most company servants. But he faced enormous challenges, multiple wars with Indian powers that resisted company expansion, conflicts with his own council members who opposed his policies, persistent financial pressures as the costs of military operations consumed revenue that the company wanted for dividends, accusations of corruption and abuse that would eventually lead to his impeachment trial after he returned to England. The financial dimensions of Indian governance under Hastings revealed the fundamental problem. Bengal's land revenue was indeed enormous, several £million per year, but the costs of company operations in India were also enormous. The company maintained an army of tens of thousands of sepoys, plus British officers and some British regular army units, an army that cost perhaps £2 million per year or more to maintain. The company administered territories covering millions of square miles and tens of millions of people, requiring officials and courts and infrastructure, all of which consumed resources. The company fought wars against the Marathas, against Mysore, against various other Indian powers, wars that were expensive even when ultimately successful, that could cost hundreds of thousands of pounds for a single campaign. After all these costs, the surplus available to Centre London as profit was much smaller than the gross revenue figures suggested, was sometimes negative in years when expenses exceeded revenues, was always uncertain and dependent on conditions that the company could not fully control. The India Act of 1784, passed during William Pitt the Younger's first ministry, represented a more comprehensive government takeover of Indian policy, while leaving the company's commercial operations largely intact. The Act created a Board of Control, a government body consisting of ministers appointed by the Crown that would oversee and direct company policy in India. The board could review and approve or reject company decisions about war and peace, about territorial expansion, about relations with Indian states, about any matter touching political or military affairs. The company retained day-to-day administration and retained its commercial monopoly, but strategic direction was now effectively in government hands. This created what became known as the dual government system, where the company and the government shared control of Indian affairs, the company managing operations and the government setting policy, a system that was complex and often awkward, but that persisted for decades because it served various interests adequately. The government could direct Indian policy to serve national interests, could prevent company adventurism that might create diplomatic problems or expensive wars, could ensure that Indian revenues contributed to British imperial goals beyond just company dividends. The company retained its commercial monopoly in its trading operations, continued to collect Indian revenue, continued to pay dividends to shareholders, though under more constraint than before, continued to employ thousands of servants whose careers and fortunes depended on the company's continued existence. The financial arrangements under the dual government involved complex negotiations about how costs and revenues should be allocated between company commercial interests and British imperial interests. When the company fought wars that served British strategic purposes, should the British government compensate the company for those costs? When company territories generated revenue beyond what was needed for company operations, should that surplus be available for company dividends, or should it flow to the British Treasury? These questions had no clear answers, were negotiated and renegotiated depending on circumstances and on the relative power of various political actors, created ongoing tension between the company's desire to maximize shareholder returns and the government's desire to use Indian resources for imperial purposes. The company's monopoly on India trade became a target for criticism through the late 1700s and early 1800s. Merchants who were excluded from the India trade argued that the monopoly was unjust, that it prevented them from pursuing legitimate commerce, that it raised prices for British consumers by restricting supply, that it exemplified the kind of privilege and restriction that reformers increasingly viewed as contrary to principles of free trade and open competition. The company defended the monopoly with the same arguments it had always used, that managing Indian trade required capital and organisation that only a large established company could provide, that competition would create chaos and would damage relations with Indian authorities, that the monopoly ensured stable supply of essential goods like textiles and saltpetre. The Charter Act of 1813 renewed the company's charter, but with a significant change, ending the company's monopoly on India trade while preserving its monopoly on China trade. After 1813, any British merchant could trade with India, could send ships to Indian ports, could purchase Indian goods and sell them in Britain or elsewhere, could compete with the company in what had been the company's exclusive domain. This was a major blow to the company's commercial position. Though the company retained its territorial holdings and its Indian revenue collection, which by this point were more important financially than the India trade monopoly had been. The practical effect of opening India trade was to increase competition, to reduce the company's profit margins on Indian commerce, to shift the company's focus even more toward territorial administration and toward the China tea monopoly, which remained intact and highly profitable. The company continued trading with India, continued importing textiles and other goods, but now faced competition from numerous private traders who often proved more efficient and innovative than the company's established but somewhat rigid commercial organization. The Indian economy benefited from increased competition. Indian producers had more potential buyers for their goods. Prices adjusted to reflect supply and demand more accurately than they had under company monopoly. The Charter Act of 1833 went further, ending the company's monopoly on China trade as well, opening the China trade to all British merchants. This removed the last major commercial monopoly the company had held, eliminated the tea monopoly that had been so central to company finances and to British consumer life. After 1833, the company retained its Indian territories and its role as administrator of British India, but it was no longer a trading company in any meaningful sense, had become purely a governing institution, an administrative apparatus for British rule in India that happened to have originated as a commercial enterprise but which now had almost no commercial function. The transition from monopoly to open trade in both India and China reflected broader shifts in British economic thinking, the rise of free trade principles, the argument made by economists like Adam Smith that monopolies restricted trade and raised prices, that open competition would benefit consumers and would create more wealth overall even if it reduced profits for the previously privileged monopolists. The company had been, in the eyes of these reformers, an example of everything wrong with the old mercantilist system, a corporation with government-granted monopolies, extracting profits from protected markets, restricting supply to maintain high prices, blocking competition that would have served consumers better. Opening trade to competition was seen as economic progress, as modernization, as applying rational principles against entrenched privilege. For the company, losing its commercial monopolies meant losing the original reason for its existence, while retaining the responsibilities of governing India that it had acquired, almost accidentally through the territorial expansion of the mid-1700s. The company became an increasingly awkward institution, a private corporation governing millions of people as an agent of the British government, paying dividends to private shareholders from Indian tax revenues, employing servants whose loyalties were divided between company interests and British national interests, operating under a charter that was renewed periodically, but always with more conditions and more government oversight, always with less autonomy and less ability to pursue independent policy. The financial relationship between the company and the British government became increasingly one-sided through the early 1800s. The company paid for the administration and military defence of British India, costs that ran to several £1 million per year, while the government set policy and directed operations. The company's profits, the surplus of revenue over costs, were supposed to support dividends to shareholders, but government pressure to maintain lower dividends, to retain more earnings for investment in Indian infrastructure or for military operations meant that shareholder returns were constrained, were often disappointing relative to what the company's control of Indian revenues might suggest should be possible. The company's debt grew through this period, the company borrowing to cover shortfalls when revenue did not meet expenses, when wars were expensive, when infrastructure investments were required, when the gap between what the company collected and what it paid out could not be closed through current revenue alone. By the 1830s and 40s, the company's debt was substantial, tens of millions of pounds, a burden that consumed a significant portion of Indian revenue just in interest payments, that limited the company's financial flexibility, that made the company increasingly dependent on government support and on periodic charter renewals that allowed the company to continue operating. The governance structure in India, under company rule, remained complex and often ineffective through this period, despite repeated attempts at reform. The company administered territories through a combination of direct rule in some areas and indirect rule through Indian princes in others, the princely states theoretically independent but in practice subordinate to company authority, required to maintain relations with the company, to accept company interference in their internal affairs if company interests were threatened. This patchwork created administrative complexity, made unified policy difficult, created opportunities for inconsistency and confusion, but it also allowed the company to govern vast territories with relatively limited British personnel, relying on Indian rulers to administer their own states under company oversight. The company's Indian administration employed thousands of British officials by the early 1800s, a hierarchical structure from junior clerks through district collectors who managed revenue collection and basic administration, through judges who ran courts, through senior officials who coordinated policy at provincial levels, up to the Governor-General and his council in Calcutta, who held ultimate authority subject to direction from the Board of Control in London. These officials were paid salaries that were generous by British standards, intended to attract capable people to serve in India despite the hardships and health risks, intended to reduce the temptation to engage in corruption that had been so widespread in earlier decades. But salaries alone could not eliminate corruption or ensure good governance. Company servants still found opportunities for enrichment beyond their salaries, taking gifts that blurred into bribes, using their positions to favour business associates, making decisions that benefited themselves or their families rather than the Indians they were supposed to serve. The scale of corruption was probably less than in earlier periods. The mechanisms of oversight and accountability were somewhat more effective, but the fundamental problems remained. The problems of governing at such distance, of managing so many people with so few supervisors, of asking young men in their 20s and 30s to administer districts larger than English counties with populations in the hundreds of thousands, to make life and death decisions about taxation and justice with minimal guidance and months of delay in any communication with superiors. The Indian economy under company rule showed mixed patterns, some regions and some groups benefiting from company policies while others were harmed. The company's emphasis on revenue collection, on maintaining and increasing the land taxes that funded company operations, created pressure on Indian agriculture, on farmers who had to produce enough not just to feed themselves, but to pay taxes that the company demanded. The company's interference with traditional craft production, particularly the textile industry, where British manufactured cotton goods were increasingly competing with and displacing Indian hand-woven products, damaged livelihoods for millions of Indian weavers and spinners who could not compete with factory production. But the company also invested in some infrastructure, in roads and canals and later railways, in irrigation projects that expanded agricultural productivity in some regions, in legal systems and property rights that provided some stability, even if they often favoured British interests over Indian interests. The company's military establishment in India grew steadily. Through the late 1700s and early 1800s, the Sepoy army expanding to include perhaps 200,000 Indian soldiers by the 1840s, plus British officers and some British regular army units, an enormous military force that made the company one of the most powerful military powers in Asia, that allowed the company to defeat or intimidate Indian states that might resist company expansion, that maintained internal security across company territories, that represented Britain's military presence in Asia more generally. This army was expensive, consumed a large portion of Indian revenue, but it was also the foundation of company power, the ultimate guarantee that company authority would be obeyed, the force that made possible all the administrative and commercial activities that the company conducted. The relationship between the company and the British regular army in India was often tense. Questions of command authority, of cost allocation, of whether company or crown forces should be used for particular operations, all created friction and required ongoing negotiation. The company wanted to minimize costs, wanted to rely on its cheaper sepoy forces, wanted to maintain control over military operations in its territories. The Crown wanted to ensure that British military power in India served British imperial interests beyond company commercial concerns, wanted to maintain independent military capacity that was not under company command, wanted to ensure that if conflict developed between company interests and British national interests, the Crown would have military force to impose government will. By the 1840s and 50s, the company had become an institution that satisfied almost no one fully, but that persisted because no clear alternative seemed better or seemed feasible to implement without enormous disruption. Shareholders were disappointed by modest dividends and by the government's increasing control that limited company autonomy. Government officials were frustrated by the company's continuing role, saw it as an awkward intermediary that complicated governance, that confused lines of authority, that preserved private interest in what should be purely public administration. Indians under company rule suffered from taxation and from policies that served British interests rather than Indian welfare, had no representation in company governance, were subjects rather than citizens, were administered rather than self-governing. The company's servants themselves often felt caught between conflicting demands, between company expectations and government direction, between the commercial heritage of the company and the administrative realities of governing territories. The various charter renewals, every 20 years as parliamentary legislation required, became occasions for debate about the company's future, about whether the company should continue at all, about what reforms might address persistent problems. Each renewal brought new restrictions, new oversight mechanisms, new requirements that the company do more to justify its existence and its privileges. The company survived these renewals through the 1830s and into the 1840s, but the trajectory was clear. The company's autonomy was eroding, its commercial functions were being eliminated, its role was narrowing to pure administration under increasingly close government control, and the question was not whether the company would eventually be dissolved, but when, and under what circumstances. What would trigger the final transformation from private company to crown government? What would finally end the experiment of governing territories through a corporation? An experiment that had lasted more than a century, that had shaped British India and British imperialism more broadly, that had demonstrated both the possibilities and the problems of commercial enterprise expanding into territorial control, of trade morphing into tribute, of merchants becoming administrators and then becoming, almost despite themselves, something approaching rulers, though rulers who answered to shareholders and to Parliament, rulers who justified their governance through profit and loss statements and dividend payments, rulers who never quite reconciled the contradiction at their core, the impossibility of simultaneously maximizing shareholder value and governing responsibly, of serving private commercial interests and public administrative duties, contradictions that regulations and oversight could manage but never fully resolve, contradictions that would eventually, inevitably, require choosing between the company's commercial origins and its governmental present, choosing whether British India should be ruled by a corporation or by the Crown, a choice that was already implicit in all the regulations and reforms of the late 1700s and early 1800s, a choice that events would soon force into explicit decision. The company's governance of India, its regulation by Parliament, its transformation from commercial enterprise to administrative apparatus, all of these developments occurred alongside another transformation in the company's economic activities, a transformation that would eventually overshadow everything else in moral significance, even as it generated enormous revenue that sustained company operations. This was the opium trade, the cultivation of opium in company-controlled Indian territories and its export to China, a trade that solved the company's persistent problem of trade imbalance with China, while creating a different kind of problem, one that would eventually draw Britain into war with China, that would stain Britain's reputation, that would demonstrate how completely commercial logic could override moral concerns when profits were large enough and when the human costs were distant enough to be ignored. The trade imbalance with China had been a persistent concern through the 1700s. Britain wanted Chinese tea desperately, millions of pounds per year imported to satisfy British consumer demand. But China wanted very little that Britain produced. Chinese consumers had no particular desire for British manufactures. Chinese. Officials saw foreign trade as a necessary evil to be tolerated but limited, certainly not as something to be encouraged or expanded. The result was that the company had to pay for Chinese tea primarily with silver, precious metal exported from Britain or India to Canton, used to purchase tea and silk and porcelain, a one-way flow of metal that mercantilist thinking viewed as impoverishing, and that created practical problems of where to obtain enough silver to sustain the growing tea trade. Opium provided a solution, though not one that anyone would have chosen if moral considerations had been weighted equally with commercial ones. Opium was the dried latex from poppy plants, cultivated in various parts of the world, long used in medicine as a painkiller and sedative, but also valued for its intoxicating effects, for the euphoria and relaxation it produced when smoked or ingested, effects that could be addictive, that could lead users to crave the drug, to organize their lives around obtaining and consuming it, to suffer withdrawal symptoms when deprived of it. Opium cultivation in India was nothing new. Farmers had grown opium poppies in Bihar and Benares and other regions for centuries, selling the opium to merchants who exported it to Southeast Asia and China, where markets existed for the drug. The company became involved in opium initially through taxation, collecting duties on opium produced and exported from company territories, revenue that was modest but steady. But in the late 1700s, the company began to see opium not just as a taxable commodity, but as a potential solution to the China trade problem. If opium could be exported to China in large quantities, if Chinese consumers could be found who would purchase opium with silver, then that silver could be used by the company to purchase tea, creating a triangular trade where Indian opium paid for Chinese tea for British consumers, where the silver the company needed no longer had to be exported from Britain, but could be recycled through the opium trade. The company established a monopoly on opium production in the territories it controlled directly, Bihar and Benares particularly, requiring farmers to sell opium only to the company at prices the company set, forbidding private trade in opium in company territories. The company did not export the opium directly to China. That would have been too blatant a violation of Chinese law, which prohibited opium imports, would have created diplomatic problems that the company and the British government preferred to avoid. Instead, the company sold opium at auction in Calcutta to private merchants, agency houses, and independent traders who would transport the opium to China and sell it there, accepting the legal risks themselves, allowing the company to maintain the fiction that it was not directly involved in the illegal China opium trade. This system was cynical in its structure, the company profiting from opium sales while maintaining deniability about the final destination and use, the private merchants accepting legal risks in exchange for the profits from selling in China, the Chinese government attempting to enforce its prohibition, while corruption and the sheer scale of smuggling made enforcement largely ineffective. The system worked commercially. Opium exports from India to China grew steadily from the late 1700s through the early 1800s. Thousands of chests of opium per year in the 1790s, growing to tens of thousands of chests by the 1820s and 30s, each chest containing perhaps 60 kilograms of opium, worth several £100, the cumulative value running into millions of pounds per year. The revenue to the company from opium auctions was substantial, eventually becoming one of the largest single sources of revenue in the company's budget. By the 1830s, opium revenue might account for 10 to 15% of the company's total Indian revenue, several £100,000 per year, money that funded administration and military operations, that reduced the company's need to extract other taxes from Indian agriculture, that made the opium monopoly valuable enough that the company resisted any suggestion that it should be reformed or eliminated. The company's defense of the opium trade was purely economic. The trade was legal in India where the company controlled it. What happened after private merchants purchased the opium was not the company's responsibility. The revenue was necessary to govern India effectively. Ending the trade would create financial crisis and would not significantly reduce Chinese opium consumption, since opium would simply be sourced from other regions if Indian opium was unavailable. The consumption of opium in China created human costs that were distant from the company's calculations, but that were real and growing. Opium smoking had been relatively rare in China in the early 1700s, but became increasingly common as imports grew, as opium became more available and more affordable, as the drug's addictive properties created a self-sustaining market where users became dependent and needed regular supplies. The number of opium users in China by the 1830s might have been several million, though estimates varied widely, and reliable data was impossible to obtain. These users came from all social classes, wealthy Chinese who could afford high-quality opium and poor Chinese who consumed cheaper, adulterated products. The drug spreading through Chinese society in ways that Chinese officials viewed with alarm. The economic effects of opium addiction in China were significant. Productive workers becoming less productive as opium use consumed their time and their earnings, families impoverished by the cost of supporting addiction, silver flowing out of China to pay for opium imports, reversing centuries of silver inflow that had characterized China's trade with the West. Chinese officials recognized these effects, recognized that opium was damaging Chinese society and economy, but struggled to control the trade. The smuggling networks were extensive and sophisticated. The corruption among local officials who were supposed to enforce prohibition made enforcement ineffective. The demand from addicted users ensured that smugglers could profit despite the legal risks, the whole system resistant to Chinese government efforts to shut it down. The Chinese government's attempts to control opium imports escalated through the 1820s and 30s, from increased penalties for smuggling and use, to more vigorous enforcement efforts, to attempts to pressure the foreign merchants at Canton to stop the opium trade, to threats against the Cohong merchants, who were understood to be facilitating the smuggling, even while officially opposing it. These measures had limited effect. Each crackdown would temporarily reduce trade, but then smuggling would resume. The profits were too large and the mechanisms too well established to be easily disrupted. The opium flowed into China through coastal smuggling networks, brought by fast ships that could outrun Chinese patrol vessels, sold through networks of Chinese merchants and distributors who moved the drug inland from coastal entry points, the trade operating in parallel to the legitimate tea trade, but on a scale that eventually equaled or exceeded the value of tea moving in the opposite direction. Commissioner Lin Zexu's appointment in late 1838 to stop the opium trade represented the Chinese government's most serious attempt to enforce prohibition. Lin was a capable and honest official, genuinely committed to ending opium imports, armed with imperial authority to take whatever measures necessary to achieve that goal. Lin arrived in Canton in March 1839 and immediately took aggressive action, demanding that foreign merchants surrender all opium in their possession, blockading the foreign factories until compliance was achieved, detaining foreign merchants to ensure they could not simply wait out his demands. Under this pressure, the merchants surrendered more than 20,000 chests of opium, worth several million pounds, opium that Lin had destroyed, dissolved in trenches and washed into the sea in a public demonstration that China would no longer tolerate this trade. The destruction of the opium was a direct economic blow to the merchants who had lost their cargo, and to the company which would lose revenue from reduced opium sales. But more significantly, it represented a challenge to British commercial interests, a demonstration that Chinese authorities could unilaterally destroy British property, could imprison British subjects, could act without reference to British power or British demands for compensation. The British government, pressed by merchants and by those who saw Lin's actions as an affront to British dignity decided that military force was necessary to compel China to provide compensation for the destroyed opium, to establish British rights to trade on terms that Britain found acceptable, to demonstrate that China could not simply expel foreign merchants or destroy foreign property without consequences. The war that followed, the First Opium War from 1839 to 1842, was presented by the British government as being about trade rights and about Chinese violations of international norms, about protecting British merchants and establishing principles for how trade should be conducted. The opium itself was not prominently featured in official British justifications. The war was about broader questions of commerce and diplomacy, or so the official narrative claimed. But everyone understood that opium was central, that British willingness to go to war derived primarily from the threat to opium profits. That compensation for destroyed opium was a key British demand, that securing the ability to continue the opium trade was among the war's primary objectives, even if this was not stated explicitly. The war was brief and one-sided militarily. British naval power and military technology vastly superior to Chinese capabilities, British steam-powered warships and modern artillery overwhelming Chinese defences, British forces capturing key coastal cities, and threatening to move up the Yangtze River toward China's interior if Chinese authorities did not negotiate. The Chinese government, recognizing that continuing the war was hopeless, agreed to negotiate, resulting in the Treaty of Nanking in August 1842, a treaty that imposed significant cost on China and that opened China to expanded foreign trade under terms favourable to Britain. The treaty required China to pay an indemnity of 21 million silver dollars, compensation for the destroyed opium and for war costs and for debts that the Cohong merchants owed to British traders. The treaty ceded Hong Kong to Britain in perpetuity, giving Britain a fortified base on the Chinese coast that could serve as a centre for trade and as a naval station. The treaty opened 5 ports to British trade beyond just Canton, allowing British merchants to establish themselves in Shanghai and other coastal cities, expanding access to Chinese markets. The treaty established fixed tariff rates that China could not change without British agreement, limiting Chinese ability to use customs duties to regulate or restrict foreign trade. The treaty established consular jurisdiction, allowing British subjects in China to be tried by British consuls under British law rather than by Chinese courts, removing British subjects from Chinese legal authority. The treaty did not explicitly legalize opium. Chinese law still prohibited opium imports, but the practical effect was to make enforcement even more difficult than before. With multiple ports open to foreign trade, with British territorial possession at Hong Kong providing a base for smuggling operations, with British naval power able to protect merchants from Chinese interference, the opium trade expanded rather than contracting after the war. The company's opium auctions in Calcutta continued. Opium production in India increased. The quantities exported to China reached new heights in the 1840s and 50s. The revenue to the company from opium remained a crucial part of the company's finances, essential to balancing budgets that were always strained by the costs of governing India. The Second Opium War from 1856 to 1860 extended and deepened these patterns, another conflict triggered partly by opium trade issues and partly by broader British and French desires to expand commercial access to China, resulting in another treaty, the Treaty of Tientsin in 1858, and its confirmation after further fighting, treaties that legalized opium trade officially, that opened even more Chinese ports, that allowed foreign diplomats to reside in Beijing, that further constrained Chinese sovereignty and expanded foreign commercial privileges. By the 1860s, the opium trade was not just tolerated but was formally recognized in treaties. The company's opium monopoly in India continued even after the company itself was dissolved in other respects, the trade persisting as a major source of revenue for the British government in India through the later 1800s. The moral dimensions of the opium trade were not invisible at the time. British critics of the trade existed. Missionaries and moralists and some politicians argued that Britain was participating in mass poisoning of the Chinese population, that promoting opium addiction for commercial gain was indefensible, that the Opium Wars were shameful episodes that stained British honour. But these critics were minority voices. The dominant British view was that the opium trade was legitimate commerce, that Chinese attempts to prohibit opium were violations of free trade principles, that if Chinese consumers wanted opium, then meeting that demand through trade was appropriate, that the responsibility for addiction lay with individual users, not with those who supplied the drug. The economic benefits to British India, the revenue that opium generated, the contribution of opium to solving the China trade imbalance, all of this outweighed moral concerns in government calculations. The company's role in the opium trade was indirect but essential. The company controlled production and held auctions, but did not technically engage in the China smuggling, maintaining the legal and diplomatic fiction that allowed British officials to deny direct involvement while benefiting from the revenue. This structure was characteristic of how the company had evolved by the mid-1800s, an institution that was deeply involved in morally questionable activities, but always with enough layers of mediation and deniability that direct responsibility could be avoided. An institution that was simultaneously a commercial enterprise seeking profit and a governing authority supposedly exercising responsible administration, contradictions that could be managed through bureaucratic structures and legal fictions, but that could never be fully reconciled. The opium trade represented imperial commerce at its most morally compromised, the logic of profit completely overriding concerns about human welfare, the distance between decisions made in London or Calcutta and consequences experienced by Chinese opium users, allowing decision-makers to ignore or minimize those consequences, the legal and administrative structures that mediated the trade providing enough deniability that those involved could maintain that they were simply engaging in legitimate commerce. That prohibition was a violation of free trade principles, that personal responsibility for addiction lay with users, not suppliers. This was self-serving rationalization, but it was rationalization that proved effective enough to sustain the trade for decades, to allow British officials to defend it in Parliament, to allow the company to continue profiting from it, to allow thousands of British merchants and officials to participate in various aspects of the trade without apparently suffering serious moral qualms or social censure. The economic integration of opium revenue into British Indian finances meant that ending the trade would have required finding alternative revenue sources, would have created fiscal crisis in Indian administration, would have required either increasing other taxes on Indians or reducing expenditures on administration and military operations. These consequences were deemed unacceptable. The opium trade continued as a crucial element of British imperial finance in Asia, continued as the mechanism that made possible British tea drinking without massive silver exports, continued as a demonstration of how commercial logic, pursued far enough, could justify almost any policy regardless of its human costs, could make complicity in mass addiction seem like reasonable administration, could turn a public corporation governing millions of people into an organization that profited from promoting drug addiction in a foreign country. The company's involvement in opium, its territorial expansion in India, its governance of millions under commercial structures, its wars fought for trade advantages. All of this had occurred over decades through countless individual decisions, each one seeming reasonable or necessary at the time, each one justified by commercial logic or by claims of security, or by the apparent impossibility of alternative approaches. No one had planned for the East India Company to become a drug trafficker on a massive scale, to fight wars, to force China to accept opium imports, to base a significant portion of its revenue on promoting addiction, but step by step, decision by decision, the logic of profit and the logic of empire and the logic of maintaining operations that had grown too large to easily abandon had led to exactly this outcome, had created a system where opium flowed from Indian fields to Chinese users, where the money from that trade-funded British administration in India, where British military power enforced the right to continue the trade despite Chinese opposition, a system that was economically rational and morally indefensible, that enriched some while harming millions, that demonstrated the ultimate implications of allowing commercial enterprises to exercise sovereign power to pursue profit without effective constraint by moral considerations or by concern for the welfare of those affected by their operations, a system that would persist until the early 20th century when the opium trade was finally ended under international pressure, but that through the mid-1800s remained a central feature of British commercial empire, a feature that the company and the British government defended as necessary and proper, that they maintained despite criticism, that they expanded through military force when China attempted to restrict it, a patient, persistent, profitable trade in suffering and addiction, one chest at a time, one auction at a time, revenue that appeared in company ledgers as simple numbers, pounds and shillings collected and distributed, without reference to the human cost that generated those revenues, without acknowledgement of what was being done in the name of commerce and empire, the invisible human costs of the most profitable trade that connected India to China, to Britain in the complex networks of exchange that the company had built and maintained over more than 2 centuries. The company's transformation from trading enterprise to territorial power, from commercial monopolist to administrator of millions, from pepper merchant to opium trafficker and imperial governor, all of this had occurred gradually over 2.5 centuries, each stage growing out of the previous one, each expansion seeming necessary or at least justifiable at the time, the whole trajectory creating an institution that by the mid-1800s bore almost no resemblance to what the merchants of 1600 had imagined when they pooled their capital and sent their first ships to Asian waters. But institutions that grow through accumulated decisions, that transform through responses to circumstances rather than through deliberate design, these institutions often contain internal contradictions that eventually become unsustainable, tensions that can be managed for long periods but that eventually require resolution. For the company, the fundamental tension was between its character as a private corporation serving shareholders and its role as a governing authority serving public purposes, a tension that regulations and oversight had managed but never resolved, a tension that events would finally make explicit and force to resolution. The company by the 1850s was financially strained despite controlling enormous revenues. The costs of governing British India were substantial and growing. The company maintained an army of more than 200,000 Indian sepoys plus British officers and regular army units, administered territories covering much of the Indian subcontinent, built infrastructure including railways and irrigation systems and telegraphs, all of which consumed resources that seemed never quite adequate to the tasks. The revenues from Indian land taxes and from opium and from remaining commercial activities were large in absolute terms, several tens of millions of pounds per year collectively, but the expenditures were larger. The gap covered by borrowing, by issuing bonds and taking loans, the company's debt growing to levels that created concern among shareholders and government officials alike. The dividends paid to shareholders had been constrained for decades by government pressure to retain earnings for Indian investment, and by the simple reality that revenues after expenses often left limited surplus for distribution. Shareholders who had once enjoyed dividends of 10 or 12% found themselves receiving 5 or 6 or 7% in the 1840s and 50s, returns that were acceptable but not generous, that did not reflect the enormous scale of the company's operations or the vast territories it controlled. The share price reflected this disappointment. Company shares trading below their nominal value in some periods, investors recognizing that the company's governance responsibilities consumed resources that would otherwise be available as profits, that the company had become an institution that served imperial purposes more than shareholder interests. The relationship between the company and the British government had evolved through successive Charter Acts and through the daily practice of administration under the Board of Control to the point where the company was effectively an agent of government policy, executing decisions made in London, operating within constraints set by Parliament and ministers, having autonomy only on routine administrative matters, and even there subject to review and reversal if government chose to intervene. The company's directors retained formal authority. The Court of Directors still met and made decisions. Company servants still took oaths to the company and drew salaries from the company, but the reality was that the company governed India on behalf of the British government, that the pretense of private corporate control was increasingly transparent, increasingly recognized as a legal fiction that served bureaucratic convenience, but that did not reflect actual power relationships. The justification for maintaining the company, rather than converting to direct Crown government, was primarily inertia and administrative convenience. The company had established systems and employed experienced personnel. Converting to Crown government would require creating new structures and transferring thousands of employees and resolving questions about the company's debts and assets and charter obligations, all of which seemed complicated and potentially disruptive. Maintaining the company as it was allowed these complications to be deferred, allowed existing arrangements to continue functioning, avoided forcing decisions about what direct Crown government would look like, how it would be organised, who would bear costs and responsibilities that the company currently managed. But the arrangement satisfied almost no one. Shareholders wanted either better returns or wanted to liquidate their investments and recover capital that seemed trapped in an institution that would never again be highly profitable. Government officials wanted clearer lines of authority, wanted to eliminate the confusion that came from governing through a corporation, wanted to be able to make decisions about India without having to consider company interests or company charter obligations. Indians had no voice in the arrangement but suffered under a system that extracted revenue and imposed foreign rule, that made decisions about Indian lives and Indian resources without Indian input, that existed primarily to serve British interests, whether those interests were commercial or imperial. The company's own servants often felt caught between conflicting loyalties and contradictory directives, uncertain whether they served the company or the crown, uncertain how to balance different pressures and expectations. The crisis that would finally force resolution came from within the company's Indian army, from the sepoys who had been the foundation of company military power for more than a century, whose loyalty had allowed the company to conquer and govern territories vastly larger than any force of British soldiers alone could have controlled. The sepoys were Indian soldiers trained in European military methods, organised into regiments commanded by British officers, paid regular wages, subject to military discipline, effective soldiers who had fought the company's wars and maintained internal security across British India. The relationship between the sepoys and their British officers was complex, involving elements of mutual respect but also racial hierarchy and cultural misunderstanding, involving economic dependence and military discipline and resentments that accumulated over years of service under conditions that often felt disrespectful or unjust. The immediate trigger for rebellion in 1857 was a matter of rifle cartridges. New Enfield rifles being issued to sepoys required cartridges that were rumoured to be greased with animal fat, either beef fat or pork fat, both offensive to Hindu and Muslim soldiers respectively for religious reasons. The rumour, whether accurate or not, seemed to confirm sepoy suspicions that British officers were indifferent or hostile to Indian religious sensibilities, that the company administration would violate Indian religious practices without concern, that serving in the company's army meant accepting humiliations and compromises that threatened spiritual well-being. The cartridge issue became a focal point for broader grievances: dissatisfaction with pay and conditions, resentment of racial discrimination, concern about British territorial expansion, and social reforms that seemed to threaten traditional Indian society, anxiety about what company rule meant for India's future. The rebellion began in May 1857 when sepoys at Meerut mutinied, killed British officers and their families, and marched to Delhi, where they declared the Mughal emperor, still technically the sovereign though with no real power, as their leader in opposing company rule. The rebellion spread across northern and central India through the summer of 1857, sepoys in multiple garrisons mutinying, some Indian princes joining the rebellion, or at least taking advantage of company weakness to assert independence, substantial territories falling outside company control, the company's administration collapsing in some regions as officials fled or were killed, the revenues from affected territories ceasing to flow to company coffers. The financial impact on the company was immediate and severe. The territories in rebellion had provided substantial revenue. Their loss meant the company's income dropped sharply, just as military expenditures increased dramatically to fund operations to suppress the rebellion. The company had to borrow heavily, had to request loans from the British government, had to issue bonds to raise funds for military operations that would eventually cost tens of millions of pounds, costs that the company could not possibly recover from current revenues, costs that would burden company finances for years, even after the rebellion was suppressed. The company's debt, already substantial before the rebellion, ballooned to levels that made its financial position untenable, that made clear the company could not continue as a self-sustaining institution. The military suppression of the rebellion took more than a year. British and loyal Indian troops gradually retaking rebel-held territories, the fighting brutal and destructive, cities damaged by sieges and assaults, populations displaced by the violence, atrocities committed by both sides. The company's reputation among Indians severely damaged by the harsh reprisals and collective punishments that followed reconquest. Delhi was retaken in September 1857 after months of siege. Lucknow fell to British forces after prolonged fighting. By mid-1858, organised resistance had largely ended, though scattered violence continued in some regions. Order was gradually restored. Company administration resumed in territories that had been in rebellion, but the experience had shaken confidence in the company's ability to govern, had demonstrated vulnerabilities that could not be ignored. The British government's response was to end the company's governing role entirely, to convert British India from company administration to direct Crown government, eliminating the corporate structure that had mediated British rule for more than a century. The Government of India Act of 1858, passed by Parliament in August and receiving royal assent, transferred all company territories and military forces to the Crown, dissolved the company's governmental functions, eliminated the Board of Control and the company's Court of Directors as governing institutions, created new Crown offices, including a Secretary of State for India, who would be a cabinet minister responsible to Parliament for Indian affairs. The Governor-General would now serve as Viceroy, representing the Crown rather than the company, administering India as a Crown colony rather than as a corporate possession. The company was not immediately dissolved entirely, that would come later, but its governing role ended. The company retained a shadowy existence for a few more years, managing the liquidation of its assets, settling accounts, paying off debts, making final distributions to shareholders. The company's commercial activities, already minimal after the end of trading monopolies in earlier decades, ceased entirely. The company's territorial possessions were transferred to the Crown without compensation beyond what the Crown agreed to assume of company debts. The company's military forces were transferred with their equipment and obligations. The company's physical assets in India, the buildings and warehouses and fortifications, were transferred to Crown authority. The financial settlement was complex and took years to fully resolve. The company had debts of approximately 50 to 60 million pounds, accumulated over decades of borrowing to cover operating deficits and to fund wars and infrastructure investments. The British government agreed to assume these debts, to service them from Indian revenues, effectively making India's taxpayers responsible for debts that the company had incurred while governing India. This seemed unjust in many ways, but was presented as necessary to ensure financial stability, to prevent company bankruptcy that might disrupt Indian administration and harm British creditors who held company bonds. The company's shareholders were guaranteed continued dividends for a period, the government promising to pay from Indian revenues the distributions that shareholders had expected, gradually reducing these payments over 15 years until they would finally end. The final dissolution of the company came in 1874, 16 years after the transfer of governmental functions, the company ceasing to exist as a legal entity, its charter ended, its offices closed, its remaining assets distributed to shareholders or transferred to government, the name East India Company passing into history, no longer representing an active institution, but merely a memory of an extraordinary corporate experiment that had lasted 274 years from its founding in 1600 to its final dissolution. The liquidation values distributed to shareholders were modest. The company's debts had consumed most of its assets. Shareholders who had held company stock through the final decades received some compensation, but far less than the nominal value of their shares, far less than what they might have hoped when the company governed Bengal and collected millions in revenue. The legacy the company left in India was complex and contradictory. Some infrastructure that benefited Indian development, including railways and irrigation systems and telegraphs that the company had built in its later decades, but also patterns of revenue extraction and economic exploitation that had damaged Indian industry and agriculture, that had transferred wealth from India to Britain, that had subordinated Indian interests to British interests consistently across more than a century. The administrative systems the company had developed, the civil service and courts and revenue collection mechanisms, were taken over by Crown government largely intact, continued functioning under new authority, provided continuity that allowed British rule to continue without massive disruption, despite the change from company to Crown. The legal systems the company had introduced, the establishment of English common law principles in Indian contexts, the creation of property rights and contract law that had not existed previously in the same forms, these had mixed effects, benefiting some Indians who could navigate these systems, harming others who found traditional rights and relationships disrupted by new legal frameworks designed to serve British commercial and administrative needs. The company's policies toward Indian languages and education, the decision to promote English language instruction and to create Indian administrative class educated in Western knowledge, had profound long-term effects on Indian society, creating elites who could interact with British authorities but who were culturally distanced from traditional Indian society. The economic legacy was perhaps most significant and most contested, the company's period of rule coinciding with relative decline of Indian manufacturing, particularly textile production, that had been India's great export industry before British conquest, displaced by British manufactured goods that entered Indian markets duty-free, while Indian exports to Britain faced tariffs, the classic pattern of colonial exploitation, where colonies provided raw materials and markets for imperial manufactured goods rather than developing their own industry. The company's land revenue systems, the permanent settlement in Bengal and the Rituari system in other regions, had disrupted traditional agricultural relationships, had created new classes of landlords, and reduced many peasants to tenancy, had emphasized cash crop production for export rather than subsistence farming, had made Indian agriculture vulnerable to price fluctuations and market disruptions. The company's role in British imperial development was to demonstrate that commercial enterprises could serve as vehicles for territorial expansion, that trade could grow into tribute, could grow into governance, that private profit motive could drive empire building as effectively as state policy. Perhaps more effectively because commercial organizations were flexible and adaptive in ways that state bureaucracies often were not. The company showed that joint stock organization with permanent capital could support enterprises spanning continents and centuries, that shareholder structures and tradable equity could mobilize capital for projects too large for individuals or temporary partnerships, that corporate forms could evolve to manage complexity that exceeded what earlier organizational forms could handle. But the company also demonstrated the problems of allowing commercial enterprises to exercise sovereign power the conflicts between profit maximization and responsible governance, the tendency for commercial logic to override moral considerations when profits were large enough, the difficulties of maintaining accountability when those making decisions were distant from those affected by those decisions, the impossibility of serving both shareholders seeking returns and subjects needing just administration. The company's trajectory from merchant venture to imperial governor to financial exhaustion and forced dissolution suggested that these contradictions were fundamental, that they could be managed temporarily but would eventually require resolution, that profit-seeking corporations were not appropriate instruments for governing populations. The company's experience influenced how later British imperialism developed. The lessons learned from company governance informed Crown governance of India and of other colonies. The administrative systems the company developed were adapted and applied elsewhere. The financial arrangements the company pioneered for extracting revenue from colonies while maintaining metropolitan control shaped imperial finance more broadly. But the experience also convinced British officials that direct Crown government was preferable to corporate rule, that the ambiguities and conflicts of the company model should not be repeated, that empire should be straightforwardly governmental rather than mediated through commercial institutions. The company's servants, the thousands of British officials who had served in India under company authority, transitioned to Crown service largely seamlessly, their positions and responsibilities continuing under new institutional framework, their expertise and experience too valuable to lose even as the company itself was dissolved. Many continued their careers in India for decades after 1858, governing the same territories, collecting the same revenues, administering the same populations, the change from company to crown making little practical difference in their daily work, even as it represented a fundamental shift in the legal and institutional character of British rule. The Indian civil service, the administrative elite that governed British India through the remainder of the 19th century and into the 20th, was built on foundations the company had laid, recruited through competitive examination that the company had pioneered, operating according to principles and procedures that company experience had established. The memory of the company in later British imperial discourse was selective and often romanticized, the company portrayed as a heroic commercial venture that had built an empire almost accidentally through the capabilities of its servants, the financial exploitation and moral compromises downplayed or ignored, the opium trade passed over quickly in embarrassment, the famines and exploitation presented as unfortunate but unavoidable consequences of contact between different civilizations. This selective memory served ideological purposes, allowed British imperial rule to be presented as progressive and beneficial, as bringing order and development to regions that had supposedly been chaotic and backward before British arrival, as justified by the benefits it conferred rather than by the extraction it performed. The actual history was more complicated and more troubling, a story of how commercial enterprise pursuing profit gradually transformed into territorial empire, how the logic of protecting trade led to wars of conquest, how administrative convenience led to governing millions of people without their consent, how the pursuit of revenue led to extraction that impoverished while enriching, how distance and cultural difference allowed those benefiting from empire to ignore or minimize the human costs that empire imposed on those it ruled. The company was an instrument through which these processes occurred, not unique in its imperial role but distinctive in its corporate form, distinctive in demonstrating how capitalism and empire intertwined, how commercial institutions could serve imperial purposes, how profit motive could drive territorial expansion as effectively as strategic calculation or national glory. The company's dissolution in the 1870s marked an ending, the conclusion of a particular experiment in how to organize long-distance trade and how to govern distant territories, the termination of an institution that had shaped British engagement with Asia for more than 2 centuries. But the patterns the company established persisted. The economic relationships it created continued under different institutional frameworks. The wealth it extracted from India had already flowed to Britain and would not be returned. The administrative systems it built continued functioning for another 70 years until Indian independence. The memory of company rule remained in Indian consciousness as the beginning of colonial exploitation, while in British memory it was transmuted into something more ambiguous, acknowledged as problematic but also defended as having brought benefits, as having unified India, as having introduced modern administration and law and infrastructure. The ledgers closed, the final accounts settled, the last dividends paid, the company's offices emptied and its charter ended. These were administrative acts, legal procedures, the mechanical conclusion of a corporate existence that had lasted far longer than any of its founders could have imagined, that had taken forms they never anticipated, that had accomplished things both greater and more terrible than their careful calculations about pepper prices and voyage costs could have suggested. The story ended quietly, with paperwork and final distributions, with no dramatic conclusion but simply cessation, the company ceasing to exist, passing into history, leaving behind legacies both tangible and intangible, infrastructure and institutions, wealth and memories, patterns of economic relationship and political control that would persist for generations, long after the name East India Company meant nothing to anyone except historians studying how commerce and empire intertwined, how patient accumulation of small decisions could create transformations that no one intended, how the logic of profit pursued consistently enough could justify almost anything, could turn merchants into governors, could make private gain seem like public benefit, could build empires from trade routes, from patient, persistent, profitable exchange that grew into something far larger than exchange alone. And so we come to rest at the end of this long journey, having followed the patient accumulation of decisions across centuries, watching as merchants seeking pepper became governors of millions, as careful calculations in London counting houses grew into something far larger than anyone intended. We've watched commerce transform into empire, watched trade become tribute, watched the distance between intention and outcome stretch across generations and continents, all built through countless small choices, each one seeming reasonable at the time, each one compounding into transformations that no one could have predicted. Perhaps something in this story resonates with your own experience, your own understanding that large outcomes emerge from small, persistent efforts, that what we build often becomes something different from what we imagined. That patient work accumulates into patterns we cannot fully control or foresee. The merchants who kept their careful ledgers, who calculated costs and profits, who trusted distant partners they would never meet. These were people like you, doing their work, solving their problems, building something through attention and persistence, not knowing where it would lead, not seeing the full arc, simply moving forward, one decision at a time. The warehouses are empty now, the ledgers closed, the ships long since returned to their final ports. The company that began with 218 investors and dreams of pepper profits, that grew through 274 years into something that governed millions, has dissolved into history, into memory, into lessons about how commerce and power intertwine, about how patient accumulation creates transformation. There is nothing you need to remember, no dates to hold, no names to keep. Let it all settle like silt after the river has passed. The story continues somewhere, always, but you may rest now. The accounts are balanced, the voyage is complete, the patient work done. Breathe slowly. Let the distances collapse. Let the centuries fold. Drift gently, as ships once drifted on calm seas toward harbour, moving toward rest, toward the quiet dark where all enterprises end and sleep begins.